Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters. You call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith will be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. Spirit, trust is without borders, and we walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. Take me deeper than my feet, my faith will be made stronger.
Sorry. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hi, my name is Edith.
Hello.
In the presence of my Savior, trust is without borders.
Hello, my name is Dr. Femi Idowu Adegoke.
Hi, Dr. Femi. How are you? This is Edith from News Agency of Nigeria.
Oh, I'm fine. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. Happy lockdown time. Hope you're keeping safe.
Yeah, definitely we are. Yeah.
Okay. I've not seen Mr. Taiwo. He's not online yet.
Okay.
In the presence of my Savior,
Hello, everybody.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Good evening.
Good
Good evening. Yes, we can hear you. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. How are you?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening.
Good evening. I am making sure that. Good evening,
We can hear
everyone.
you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, everybody.
Awesome. Good evening. Yes, I can see everybody. Dr. Dolapo Fashawe, you are welcome. Thank you so much for joining in today.
Happy to be here. Hello, everyone.
So let me also.
Hello, you're welcome.
Thank you very much for being here today. You're welcome. This is FABE International Foundation. Thank you so much for going to start at
Do you
exactly.
have good light from me? Are you happy with my light?
Yes, we can see you. I can see you.
Okay.
I can see you.
Okay.
Okay, so we're
As long
just
as I can see that smile of yours, Faith.
thank
It
you
is
so much,
you,
Ma.
truly. It is you. That's smile.
Thank you so much, Ma. So everyone, if you don't mind, we're going to have only our speakers video on, and then we kill everybody's video once we start at 4, so that we can have enough space, and then we do not have any challenges with bandwidth. All right. I'm still trying to let people in. So just give us a minute and then we'll start at exactly 4 o'clock. I hope you've been enjoying the music so far.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Thank
Enjoy
you.
it.
Well done.
Thank you. Odo,
Yes,
please
ma'am.
take your message.
Okay.
Is she upstairs? Deji. Hey, Todd, leave her alone. Did you just stay here? And if this is meant to be in the fridge, let it go to the fridge. Is it for me? Thank you very much. Please put it in upstairs fridge.
Can everybody see my screen?
Any luck with my phone?
Yeah.
Yes.
Any luck with my phone?
Yes, I can see it.
Fantastic. Okay. The network has been good so far. We thank the Lord for that.
We thank God. Thank God.
Okay. We see how people coming in. We need to admit as many people as possible. I can't see Mrs. Odeneye. I don't know if she's here already.
I'm here. I'm saying hello to you. I can see you, Temitope.
Sorry, Ma.
Hello.
Sorry,
How are
good
you?
evening. I'm fine. Thank
Happy
you,
Sunday.
Ma. Happy Sunday to you. Thank you so much for joining in. Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless you, Ma.
Amen. And you too.
Thank you so much, Ma. I'm also waiting for Mrs. Ini Abimbola to join us. And Mr. Desmond Majeku
Right here with you.
Thank you, Mr. Desmond, for joining in. Thank you so much. I can see you now. Thank you so much for joining in. How is everybody doing this COVID-19 season?
We're doing well. Thank God.
Thank God. We don't have to just sit down at home and do nothing. So
Yes, sir.
thank God for technology. We're able to do this on Earth Day. I'm waiting for our special guest, Mr. Matthew Leffler from Earth Day Network, because we're here because it's Earth Day 2020. So we need him to be on board, and then we can kick off at, well, it's almost 4 already. Okay, Mrs. Ini Abimbola, I can see you. Thank you so much for coming, for showing up. Thank you so much. God bless you. Who else can I see? Any of our speakers? Mr. Taiwo Adewale, thank you so much for joining in this evening. Good afternoon so much. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining. And then I can see our board chair, the chairman of the board, FABE International Foundation.
Greetings. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Mr. Majakodumi, good afternoon. I can see you. I can't have everybody on my screen, so I think I can see the PS2 and a few other people. Good afternoon.
Sir. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, ma.
Good.
Yes, good afternoon, ma.
Hey, good afternoon. Dollar4, how are you?
Yori, I can't see you.
Oh, I can see you. You look lovely.
Thank you.
Your glasses.
I want to see you. It's because I've not been exposed to your stress.
You look
Of
lovely. See your
environment
cheeks.
stress for what, 2 weeks.
2 weeks, or 2 months. We've not seen you for
Ah,
ages.
I've been away from you. That's why I look fresh. Praise God. So, Tope, sorry, I'm IT, not really. How come some people are showing and some people are not? Who decides that?
Some people have killed their video, so they don't want to be seen.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that's why it's like that. So
Mrs. Shonibari, are you here?
she is. Hello, Mrs. Shonibare. I thought I saw her earlier.
That's not her. That's Chief Oduwegu.
Okay, it's 4 o'clock and we need to start our summit right now with, we're going to start off with our national anthem.
Right.
We're just going to do this like a normal summit, just because social distancing, many of us can't actually, we cannot gather anywhere, and so we have improvised and come up with an online summit that to also be able to come up with the same agenda and purpose. So once the national anthem kicks off, everybody should just assume that we are actually singing the national anthem of our country. So give me a second.
Dr. Kemi, are you here?
Book is tell her to come. Yeah.
One nation peace and unity.
Great, awesome. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Thank you
we
so
can.
much. Thank you so much for singing I heard some people singing the national anthem. Thank you so much for that.
Climate Action Group.
Tanita here. She's supposed to lead us with, but anyway, let us just go in. So I'd like to recognize our special guests in the room. Thank you so much, Board Chairman of FABE International Foundation, and he is going to also take our welcome address. Can you see anything on the screen?
Yes, yes. We can see his face, the bow tie.
You can see our amiable brother.
That was a happier me pre-COVID-19.
Remain happy,
so
sir.
much. Thank you so much.
I will briefly read his biography while yes. So that is Professor Olusegun Okunu. He is the chairman board of trustees, FABE International Foundation. Please hold on again. have to stop the share. Okay. So you know, we are just getting used to this technology in in this part of the world. Bear with me. So Professor Olusegun Okuno is the Managing Director of Gordon Connect LLC in Phoenix, Arizona, in the United States, a limited liability company that specializes in organizational restructuring and re-engineering, particularly in analyzing the impact of information technology on organizational dimension. He served as a member of the Petroleum Revenues Special Task Force as a member of the Board of Directors of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, and as a professor at Kaplan University, University of Phoenix, and DeVry University, all in the United States, where he taught economics, management, and computer-related courses. He's the current CEO of Egosams International Limited and Thunderbite Technologies. He's an environmentalist and also the Chairman Board of Trustees, FABE International Foundation. Please welcome Professor Olusegun Okuno as he takes his welcome address. Thank you very much. Mr.
Welcome.
Over to you.
Thank you so much. Please allow me to stand on existing protocol. I would like to welcome you to our very first virtual summit on climate action and sustainability on Earth Day 2020. This year is the 5th anniversary of the celebration of Earth Day. In 1970, a good number of American citizens took to the streets to demonstrate environmental ignorance and draw the attention of the world to the fact that we are destroying our environment. With our increased quest for energy through crude oil drillings, smog from burning coals, destruction of the river system, and more. The celebration of Earth Day has since spread across the world with increased determination to control the deterioration of our environment. Today, we are coming together not on the streets of major cities of the world, but virtually because of COVID-19 pandemic, to continue to drive and express the importance of taking good care of our planet, our Earth, our environment, our home. The theme for this year is climate action, our collective action to mitigate the destruction of our environment. But every examination of collective action begins with a deeper look at individual actions. I woke up this morning thinking about the theme for this year. I asked myself several questions. What am I doing that affects our climate, that is affecting it negatively? Have I been driving to places that I could or should have walked? Have I destroyed trees and plants that would have literally helped to regenerate the climate? As we listen to the powerful speakers that FABE International Foundation have put together today to discuss climate action, I encourage you to ponder carefully on lifestyle-related issues that you do that needs to change for the betterment of our climate. Please listen, learn, and share. Once again, welcome to the virtual summit on climate action and sustainability on Earth Day 2020. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Olusegun Okuno. Well, as the name implies, professor, so half of the time I was not. But thank you so much. I really appreciate you. I'll start by introducing the permanent secretary. The Lagos State Ministry of Environment.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Ma. Please hold on. I'll just, yes, okay. Good afternoon, Ma.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to read your biography shortly. Please bear with me.
Okay.
We are all trying to.
It would be nice to see her face.
Yes.
I'm here.
And her biography.
Well, Zoom
Yes,
Zoom
where
has
are
not
you?
Zoom has not afforded us the opportunity to see just only her face, but I can see her here. Okay, no, her video is being killed, but she's here. She can hear us. Mrs.
I'm
Odene,
here. Yeah.
we can't see you. Everyone loves to see your face.
Okay, I've been seeing all of you since. Okay.
Aha.
Start.
All right.
Yes, I saw you now.
Aha.
Hello.
Yes, you are touching something. It's
Yes.
you. You got yourself off the video.
Okay,
I'm
so
here now.
Is there any child at home to rescue you?
to rescue us.
It's on. I've turned it on.
I still
Start
cannot
the
see
video.
you, but it's all
Okay.
right. We will hear her as soon as she
Yes,
starts
now
speaking.
we can.
Now we can see
Okay.
you. Yes, but as soon
Okay,
as she starts speaking, you would see her. I have the honor of introducing Mrs. Belinda Odeneye to you. Mrs. Belinda Odeneye is the Permanent Secretary of the Lagos State Ministry of the Environment. Mrs. Odeneye had her, I'm going to read her biography now. Please, can you see her biography on the screen?
Yes.
Yes, ma, we can see it, ma.
Can everyone just mute their speakers?
Yes, thank you, Anita. You have come to my rescue.
What about the speakers?
No, we will not mute the speakers. Speakers, when you're about to speak, we would unmute you.
Yes.
That would make it easier. So everybody, please mute your speakers, please, so that we can listen to one person at a time. Thank you so much. Thank you. So Mrs. Odeneye had her tertiary education at, sorry, please, I just have to, I can't see my screen. All right. Please give me a minute. I don't know why I can't, okay. Mrs. Odeneye had her tertiary education at the University of Ilorin, Kwara State, where she studied industrial chemistry and graduated in 1985 with second-class honors, her bachelor's degree. She obtained her master's degree in environmental pollution control from the University of Leeds in the United Kingdom in 1992. She has had decades of experience in both the public service of the federal government of Nigeria and Lagos State. Having worked for 23 years as a scientific officer at the Federal Ministry of Works and the Federal Environmental Protection Agency, FEPA, which metamorphosed from the Environmental Planning and Protection Division of the Federal Ministry of Environment, she transferred her service to Lagos State in 2010, serving at the Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, Lagos State Safety Commission, and the Environmental Service Department of the Ministry of Environment. She has attended several capacity building conferences to enhance her capabilities. Such includes the NEBOSH Examination Board on Occupational Safety and Health, Offshore Oil and Gas Environmental Practices in Netherlands. As an astute health, safety, and environment professional, she participated in many capacity trainings and international congresses, such as the World Congress on Safety and Health in Frankfurt, Germany in 2014, and Safety and Health Exposition in London in 2016. She is a Fellow of Leadership for Environment and Development and Specialist Member of the United Kingdom-based International Institution of Risk and Safety Management. She also holds the membership of many non-governmental organizations, including the Nigerian Environmental Society, the Waste Management Society of Nigeria, and Friends of the Environment Society, among others. She is a community leader and devout Christian who is happily married to Mr. Seth Adetunji Odeneye, and they are blessed with children. Mrs. Odeneye was sworn in August 19, 2019 as the current permanent secretary of the Ministry of the Environment, Lagos State. Mrs. Odeneye, you are welcome to the FABE Virtual Summit on Climate Action and Sustainability today. Thank you so much for coming around.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You can go ahead with your presentation. You have just 15 minutes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, then I'll just talk through it. Hello, everyone. This is a wonderful opportunity to talk about climate action in Lagos State. Basically, we're happy to celebrate Earth Day. Earth Day, as you all know, is the 22nd of April every year. Last year, we were in Shodex Garden talking about Earth Day. Today, we're indoors. We're thanking God because we're doing something great for our nation by staying indoors. Coming to the topic of climate action, I want to tell you that it's the 13th Sustainable Development Goal, and Lagos State has done so much in the area of climate action. Basically, we all know what climate is, and we know that the climate changes over 35 years. The weather is what we see every day, and so we monitor it. I want to take us to Lagos State being one of the 100 resilient cities in the world. We're given this wonderful position, and that has made us to have what we call the Chief Resilience Officer in the Office of the Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget. We have come up with a document called Lagos Resilience Strategy. I was so glad when I was going through it and I saw that we actually even prepared for COVID-19. The Lagos Resilience Strategy has 3 main pillars, and it's called 1, efficient city, 2, enterprise city, and the 3rd pillar is inclusive city. Under the first one, which is efficient city, we have 4 goals. All the goals for the 3 pillars are 10, and then we have 31 initiatives. Under the goals, we are to develop a robust, multimodal, and integrated transportation system, which I know that you understand to mean rail, water, and mass transit on the road. We are to improve access to clean water and sanitation, which is Sustainable Development Goal 6 and Target 2. We are also to enhance the provision of affordable and reliable energy, which is having various forms of energy, including solar, wind, and also non-fossil fuel. The 4th one under that efficient city is to enhance the city's resilience through land use planning. As we speak, Lagos being one of the resilient cities, we already have what we call a climate change action plan from 2014 to 2030. So we have put it in mind that Lagos being a small state with over 22 million population. So you agree with me that we're densely populated and we need to do something. As we speak, we already have a climate change policy. We have a climate change action plan, and we would have had a climate change summit if not for this lockdown. We actually started by having meetings with what we call C40s. There are cities called C40, and Lagos is also one of the cities. We know that Lagos is sinking, and we know that we have to take quick action. And we are happy that we're, working hand in hand with the Nigerian Conservation Foundation and LUFASI in terms of planting trees and making sure that the biodiversity is up and running. Right now, as we speak, there's a draft policy of Lagos State on wetlands management and conservation of its biodiversity. As we speak, it is being reviewed because it's been written like 4 or 5 years ago. Right now, we're reviewing it, telling us that Lagos has a land area of 3,577 square kilometers and a land mass of about 78%, with water bodies like oceans. We have lagoons, rivers, swamps, creeks. And the need to reduce our ecological footprint cannot be overemphasized. We know that this wetland provides ecological and socioeconomic benefits to the states, and so to the host communities as well. And so we are looking at making sure that the climate change adaptation and mitigation measures is taken very seriously so that we can have retention of water and also a major carbon sink. That's what the wetland of the state should serve us for. It should also be used for food, medicine, and shelter. So these are some of the things that we have in place. I also want to let you know that we have what we call the city key indicators overview, where as we speak, reporting to what we call the peer review. There's what we call carbon disclosure projects. And Lagos State has been reporting to this reporting system called ICLEI, whereby we have indicators to make sure that we do not fall above 1.5 degrees in terms of increase in temperature. So that is some form of indicator, and we are allowed to compare ourselves with other cities. We also have in the federal government what we call 4 nationally determined contributors to climate change. And I'll just mention that very quickly. Energy is the first one. The second one is transport. The third one is conservation and biodiversity. And then the fourth one is waste management. I'll just take it one by one. I'll just give a short explanation and things that we've already been doing. As we speak, we're working on changing from fossil fuel driven buses of the one that we're using for staff, to CNG and LPG. We've had meetings with the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Mineral Resources and Energy, and we're working at it. We've had several interested PPP partnerships coming into being and to do a test run so that we can see how it works. We'll start with a pilot first and then upscale. As we speak in Alausa, we use IPP, that is integrated power plant. We use a mixture of gas with diesel to power our generators. So we actually don't use power from the national grid. We are also looking into wind, solar energy, and water, using water more. Any form of non-fossil fuel so that we can reduce our carbon footprint. Coming to the transportation, water transportation has really taken its pride of place in Lagos. As we speak, we have a wonderful jetty at 5 Cowrie Creek, where you can move to any area of Lagos in 10-15 minutes. Some of us are already online listening to me. We had to go and pick up plastics on the waterways, and we went through 5 Cowrie Click to Tolu in Ajegunle. It didn't take us, I think we spent about 15 to 20 minutes. We were there, and coming back was also the same. That's what will take us by road like 3 hours. So if we look at the safety of the waterways, would cut down on a lot of fossil fuel, road transportation, and the impact that it has on the environment. Getting to conservation, I mentioned the fact that we have a wetland management and conservation of its biodiversity policy of Lagos State. We already have even an agency to plant trees, parks, and gardens called Last Park. We even mark it with a day in the year. I won't say that is sufficient, but it's a start. 14th of July every year is a tree planting day. Every one of us are, encouraged to plant trees. In the civil service, and we started with the top echelon, the permanent secretaries, every birthday, every last Thursday of the month, we plant trees in Alausa. We'll call the people who their birthday was that month. Like I participated in the January one because the head of service birthday was January. Mr. Biodun Bankboye, the former PS of environment, now PS of training and establishment, he was also there. We planted trees and we've been nurturing it for them. We encourage everyone to plant trees for birthdays, naming ceremony, housewarming, so that we can take care of this impending negative impact of climate change. Lagos is sinking. It's one of the 10 cities that are sinking. If you Google it, you'll see it with the Jakarta, Kuala Lumpur, and all that. So we need to act very fast. I was part of the team that also went to Tropicana, what's that place called? After the free trade zone, we went to nurture some trees and plant new ones because we know that they're in a particular environment that they will not be disturbed by any form of felling. So here we're encouraging ourselves as professionals on this platform to make sure that we plant both economic trees and flowers and plants and non-economic trees in this time that we're in. That takes me to, because of the issue of carbon sequestration and the use of excess carbon dioxide in the environment, what we need to do to reduce our ecological footprint. Waste management, that's a very key one on the nationally determined contributors to climate change. Waste management is the greatest culprit, and we are all involved. All hands have to be on deck. Right now, as we speak, we're already working on the law on plastics, because we've seen that plastic is the greatest nuisance that we have, but it is also money. There's a saying that's on FABE International, it says, don't waste anything except it is wasted. I really love that. So what we're doing now, we're thinking that the plastics itself is the greatest menace, and it is a useful resource in the hands of companies like Alchem and so many others that use it for pillows, and some use it for thermal materials, and they actually export it. So it's a source of income for Lagos State. So it was what we're doing. We're supposed to have the meeting in March when the lockdown took place. We wanted to call in the stakeholders so that they can bring in their ideas so that this draft law can become a proper law. We've done all kinds of in-house issues, and now Dr. Dolapo Fashe, I'll leave her to say the personal inputs that she's done even in La Sepa, so that I'm not saying what she's planned to say. So that will also contribute, because the way forward for Lagos in terms of climate change and taking over our waste, the waste front. One is the single use of plastics that need to be banned, like styrofoam. They've taken over our waterways. The attitudinal, the attitude of people need to change because of the way that we use things and we just consume without thinking of the end of it. We need to also to have what we call sanitary landfill. We also need to have effective PSPs. We also need to now do the sorting from the source. And I'll just introduce to you that last year, 5th of September 2019, Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, towards achieving his desire for a waste-free Lagos, he launched what we call a blue box recycling initiative. Rather than getting all our recyclables to the landfill and filling it up unnecessarily and wasting funds, we can upcycle it like you do and make money out of it. There's what we call waste to art, and make waste become art rather than they going to the bin. So the Blue Box Recycling Program is a single stream recyclable collection program that helps to encourage households to separate their waste, such as plastics, papers, carton, newspaper, can. And all this can be collected in a separate purple bag, and then food waste in the black bag. Food waste, like we know, we can make into compost, and like I do in my house, I use it for my plants and make them greener and better. So I hardly have a smelly bin outside, and it doesn't get full because I separate my carton and my plastics and I make money from it. But the single-use plastic is the one that we've said, wow, we need to do something very quickly and start having reusable bags. And part of what we have in the law is to carry along all those people like ShopRites, the big malls, to encourage them to start charging for bags, and also sell bags that are reusable, and encourage people to go to the shopping malls with either their reusable bags or cartons to reduce our carbon footprint. We also intend to capture all these recyclables upstream so that there will be zero tolerance for scavenging at the landfill. Right? We had the good opportunity of clearing out the scavengers at the landfill because of COVID-19. And I'll tell you that we're not going to allow them to come back there, because it's not where we want to be as a smart city that Lagos is getting to. So that will help us also to increase economic security by tapping domestic source of material through provision of clean, uncontaminated raw material to various manufacturing companies. Like I mentioned before, so many manufacturing companies are using this as a start for their waste. So someone else's end point is another person's product. So we want to encourage zero waste generation in the state and promote a healthier, cleaner environment, which is our vision. Our vision is a flood-free, hygienic, beautiful environment, and the mission really is that we foster a clean, healthy, sustainable environment for Lagosians and the well-being of practices in our environmental management. And our core value really is that we will be committed, we'll be transparent, excellent, proactive. We want to be credible and we want to be fair. We're also looking into cleaner production of our processes by setting goals, conducting cleaner production assessments, developing implementation plan and action, and benchmarking all our performances. So by this, we'll get to that global best practice of an emerging smart city of our dream. And we're moving not just from dreaming, but getting to reality. That all these things are doable with all your support and all the things that where all of us on this platform have already started doing. With a bit of commitment, we will get to our goal. So I really want to encourage us as we commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Earth Day, that we save the Earth. I would even add that this lockdown has shown positive signs on Mother Earth. The air quality that I normally measure has improved. We've seen that it's moved from 4 to 2, and sometimes it's 1, green, and it says good. And with the Okadas, the planes are not flying, there are fewer vehicles on the road, and we're seeing that the Earth is happier for it. You know, so there's so many positive things to the environment that has happened, even with this lockdown. So I'll just let other people talk and then take in some questions. I don't know if I have so much time.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You are actually right on time. Thank you so much. We had 15 minutes for you to talk, but you have done way past 15 minutes, which is quite commendable because it was just about 18 minutes.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay, ma. Let me put on,
Thank you. I was being so conscious of time.
Thank you. I'm really grateful that you were able to use because I wasn't too sure if you're going to be able to use up more than 15 minutes, you know. Thank you so much. Permanent Secretary, you made a lot of hello, ma'am.
Mrs. I unmuted myself.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We want to.
Yeah.
I just thought maybe you should give us an agenda for the day. We don't have an agenda.
Okay, you didn't see it at the beginning of the.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
Let me put it up for you. It was on the screen earlier today.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. While I look for the agenda, can I introduce to you, because our welcome address was supposed to be taken by the chairman board of the FABE International Foundation, and it wasn't around, and that was why I was able to. I just had Mrs. Odeneye speak before him. While I put on the agenda, please let me introduce you to Professor Olusegun Okunu. He's the next, ma'am. Next on the agenda, we would love Mrs. Dolapo Fashawe to get ready. I'm going to read a biography as we have been doing for others. So please kindly bear with me while I stay with me rather while I share on the screen her biography.
Can we skip that?
Oh, ma'am, we cannot. We want to see your beautiful face.
Maybe it's too long.
Hey, can you see that? That is our beautiful GM. Before I continue, I would like to also mention, or rather, introduce to you, I think I can see Matt Leffler of Earth Day Network. Matthew Leffler, are you here with us? Matthew Leffler of Earth Day Network from the United States of America. Hello, Matthew, can you hear us? Okay. Once he joins in, he would say hello. Matthew, can you hear us? Hello. Okay, so let me quickly introduce to you Dr. Dolapo. I know Dr. Dolapo just wants to do what she wants to do and then go ahead and do so many things now. So let me just quickly read her biography to you. Please mute your phones, mute your microphones. If you have any question, please send it to Odo. Odo Orok is on the chat room right now. She's waiting there to receive your questions. Mrs. Oteneye has spoken extensively about the plans of the Ministry of Environment and what the Ministry of Environment is currently doing in Lagos State. Please, I know you have questions, so please send in your questions to Odo. Odo is on the chat box right now. Send it privately to her. If you send it on the major chat room, your questions might be lost. We might not see it. So please send your questions to Odo. She'll be ready there to take your questions. I will give Mrs. Odeneye immediately after Dr. Dolapo has spoken. Okay, so I'll just continue. Anita was supposed to read my biography, but I am skipping that. But Dr. Dolapo, you cannot skip this. Let me just quickly read this to everybody. Okay, so Dr. Dolapo, can you see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Dr. Dolapo Fashawe, she is a public health practitioner. In fact, very, very necessary at this moment, at this period in time, who is passionate about improving access to healthcare and creating green and healthy environment in developing countries. Currently, Dr. Fashawe is the General Manager of Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, where she is responsible for implementation of policies aimed at protecting and improving the environment in Lagos. With more than 16 years experience in pioneering new models of providing sustainable, efficient, and effective health programs, Dr. Fashawe served as the coordinator of the state special health programs with excellent performance and achievements. She pioneered and coordinated the eco-free health missions to various local government areas in the state, where over 800,000 Lagosians have benefited. Dr. Fashawe is also the founder of Development Support International, a non-governmental organization which has organized and deployed free healthcare services to more than 1 million beneficiaries across 6 states in Nigeria. Apart from health projects, DSI, that's Development Support International, has been involved in safety and sustainability initiatives across different sectors, including mining and manufacturing industries, etc. Now, Dr. Fashawe received her MB CHB degree in medicine and surgery from Obafemi, the great Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. Being the first female student in psychiatry and general surgery, she also holds a master's degree in public health from the Lagos State University College of Medicine and a diploma in international health consultancy from Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine. Dr. Fashawe is a Paul Harris Fellow of the Rotary International and belongs to other distinguished professional organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Dolapo Fashawe. Thank you so much, Ma, for joining us today.
Welcome on board, Dolapo.
Ma, you have to unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
Can you hear now?
Yes, I can hear you. We can hear you now. Can everybody hear Dr. Dolapo?
Yes, welcome, Dolapo. How are you?
Good afternoon, Ma. Good to see you on this kind of platform. Interesting. Good afternoon, everyone. And today is Earth Day. When I joined LASEPA, I couldn't believe the number of days there were in the world. Earth Day, Day.
Ozone Day.
Ozone Day, noiseless day. You know, all sorts of days. So most times I try and figure out what's the objective of this day. I think they've been celebrating Earth Day for 50 years from what I researched. And they usually come out on that day to talk about the challenges, as in what we are facing. The Earth is dying. The Earth is, you know, usually like picketing or a protest. That's how we started in terms of history. But as we continue to advance and we continue to learn better ways to pass our word across to government, things started getting better. So I'm going to show you. Nobody asked me, but I like researching.
Please, what our history?
For
Ma, can
anyone.
you send it to me? I can share it. Can you send it to me?
Okay.
Please send it to me. I can share it on the.
I'm sorry, I need assistance.
Okay, keep talking so you don't lose your flow.
Okay. Okay, ma. While Dr.
It's
Dolapo.
very interesting that the first Earth Day was celebrated in 1970 and they mobilized 20 million Americans. Kayode, I want to send this thing to this group chat. I don't know how. Send it to Dr. Akiem.
Send it via WhatsApp.
Can you help me send it to the group chat? Just a summary. Thank you.
Your time is going, Dolapo.
And
keep talking. Keep talking.
Anyway,
keep talking.
So that next year we would have a little bit of more insight. At least I know where Earth Day came from.
Yes.
Earth Day came from issues of, we are damaging this earth, oh, there's a problem. We need to be conscious of it. So welcome to 2020. And it's almost paradoxical or strange. At these times we live in, Mother Earth is very happy with us in Lagos State. In the recent, there have been studies in the past 2 weeks, daily monitoring, we've had the best air quality. Even they said NOx is reduced by 70%.
Wow.
Yes.
NOxes.
Yes.
Okay.
70%. It was published.
Wow.
And you know, it just goes to show that there's no life, health without the environment.
Yeah.
Now, this is not, what I'm trying to bring out is to corroborate what some of us here keep saying. We are killing the earth. If just for 1 week, our improved air pollution is as a due to restriction of movement in urban and industrialized areas. Different studies, even abroad, in Wuhan, Hong Kong, 20 to 40% decrease in air pollution just because of this shutdown. In New Delhi, particulate matter 2.5 are falling more than 70%. Just because people are not moving around and industrialization is not being encouraged right now. But is that where we want to be? No. The economy is being killed. People are losing money every day. However, the earth seems to be happy. Watching CNN and looking at just general air quality. In fact, last week, or was it 2 weeks ago, Lagos had the best in Africa. Akiyemi, I told you, what day was it? Did anyone notice? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
So what I'm trying to say is that there's a direct correlation between public health and human health. Right now, unfortunately, because human health and our activities have to be slowed down, public health in terms of the environment's health is in a good place. And I'm sure that when we come out of this, by the grace of God, we are able to further show that when we say service your cars, check your emissions, pay your taxes, make sure your generator is in good shape. People will understand it better because now we have verifiable indices. For you see, there may be a tendency post-COVID for not things that are not interesting in this our space, in this our environment space. I think, and my colleague that wrote this paper with me, believes that there will be reduced funding for climate action. And all our struggle and what we have achieved so far in air quality, it seems like, you know, if we don't exaggerate this situation, the world and the governments will forget and we will retrogress. So I'm looking for ways where we can exaggerate that, even though the COVID-19 pandemic may have helped improve the air pollution index on the short term, it has not slowed down climate change. Climate change will continue all the time. These habits of ours, as long as we continue it, we're killing the earth. But if we can prove with data right now that if you take a walk outside, the oxygen you breathe in does better for your body, it does better for your soul, it does better for your mood. Whereas most of us are scientists here. Air has been used to control pain. Oxygen has been used to control pain in childbirth, pure oxygen. So I'm just trying to say the cleaner the air, the better we feel. We have to constantly come together for stronger action to support this climate, the climate action fight to save the climate. World Earth Day. What is World Earth Day? World Earth Day means there are plasters on the wall, on the earth. There are plasters. We're trying to heal the earth. And our voices must be consistent. It must be not only consistent, provable, tangible, like what we have now. Air quality is at its best because there are no incomplete combustions of vehicles going on the road. As long as we continue and we don't slow down, in the end, I believe we would achieve something. Thank you. That's all I have to add.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. I'm sure that, oh my God, they have questions for you, ma'am. So you just have to wait before you leave. And this is Adene as well. I also have some questions to ask you, but we'll just have to take Matthew left. Matthew, are you here now? Matthew?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry about before. I was having some internet problems, but I've been listening. I think I was having trouble with my microphone before.
All right, you're welcome. So I actually do not have your biography here, but I'm just going to introduce you briefly to the audience, and then you can tell us about Earth Day.
Sorry, FABE, sorry. I missed my key points. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Before we listen to Matthew.
All right. Matthew, please hang on. Matthew left.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Thank you very much. That's the GM of the Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency.
I'm sorry, Matthew, you are boss now because I'm your time. Okay, what I missed out was, you know, the mortality and morbidity of coronavirus depends on the body and having underlying diseases, underlying conditions, underlying predisposing factors. It has been proven by studies. That's what caught me first.
Okay.
That the quality of air is also a predisposing factor. The lower the quality of air, the higher the mortality and morbidity for coronavirus if you catch it. They did that in Italy, Lombardia and Emilia, and they realized that the areas with poor air quality had more deaths. They recorded more deaths, more casualties, and
Areas with
more issues.
what? Areas with more
Area-
pollution.
With lower air quality, poorer air quality.
Okay, poorer air quality.
Poorer air quality.
Wow.
Studies have showed
Okay.
that morbidity and fatality,
Yes.
not that you will catch it or you won't catch it,
Okay.
will kill you or you will not do well. Prognosis is poor when there's bad air quality. As we say in human beings, there's underlying diseases, underlying infections.
Yeah.
That is what makes it difficult for you to fight the virus. Air quality is also a variable. Studies have showed that the poorer the air, the worse the outcome in fighting a disease. They published during SARS in China, even in Italy, the areas with the poorest air quality documented the most deaths.
Wow.
Yes, that was interesting fact I forgot to say. So like I said, our air quality is our life. We just have to keep this voice up and loud. And Earth Day, Water Day, Soul Day, Air Day, we just have to keep talking consistently. That's the only way out.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, ma'am. So it just shows how important the air quality is, it shows how important the air quality is, especially not just in Nigeria, but all over the world. And that's the fact that is even related to, what's it called now, COVID-19. Oh, well, God will help us. We just need to take climate action seriously in the world.
Yes, sir.
Starting from the grassroots. The grassroots needs to understand what this actually really means. People just say climate action and climate change. We don't know what it really means. So we need to not just talk about it, but really, get down in depth and let especially the grassroots understand what it is and then begin to take action towards it. What can you see on my screen?
Matthew.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. So Matthew Leffler, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you so
Share my
much.
video as well.
Matthew Leffler is the coordinator in Africa for Earth Day Network, Washington, D.C., USA. So he wants to briefly say something about Earth Day and what he expects from Africa. Thank you. Go ahead. Over to you, Matthew.
Great. Thank you so much for having me today. It's a pleasure to be invited, in this wonderful discussion on a Sunday. So I admire that everyone's doing this on a weekend. So that's amazing. I guess to introduce myself, my name is Matt Leffler, and I work with an organization called Earth Day Network. So we're a nonprofit with a mission to build the world's largest environmental movement in order to drive transformative change. And we do that by using Earth Day, which is April 22nd of every year. So prior to my work at Earth Day, I was a Peace Corps volunteer in the Gambia, where I lived for 2 years in a rural community and worked as I worked as a teacher, and then I also was an environmental educator where I worked with local waste entrepreneurs. We sort of teamed up together to figure out, how to make our community cleaner. So lots of the focus is waste management, and that's what kind of got me interested in this role of, working with citizens throughout Africa to, use Earth Day as a platform to do great work for their communities. So I think today what I would like to talk about briefly is, the history of Earth Day and the 50th anniversary, which is occurring this year, and why it's important, and the work that myself and my colleagues in different sub-Saharan countries in Africa are doing to use Earth Day in a positive way to bring people together you know, and do positive things for our communities. So I'm not the sole coordinator. I'm just one part of the puzzle in a massive team of staff members and volunteers. I think some people on the call today I've worked with before. So let me just backtrack to the history of Earth Day. So right now, Earth Day, it's the largest civic action holiday in the world. And I think one thing that's really important about this is that it is focused on citizen involvement. So the first Earth Day occurred in 1970 on April 22nd. And this started in the United States. Now it's global, but I just want to tell you the first story. So in the 70s, you know, not just in the States, but around the world, there was, you know, massive consumption of oil and gas. You know, our air quality was polluted. You know, if you look at industry, there was no regulation, you know, just there's factories that were spewing smoke and gas and waste into our rivers and our airs and our natural lands. You know, if you looked at the oceans, there were oil spills, and you know, the wilderness was being depleted. Lots of these really important, you know, ecosystems were being destroyed. And then, as I said before, there's just lots of toxic runoff from industry. So people wanted change, and when I talk about people, I mean a very inclusive group. So, you know, the young, the old, the professionals, the students, different sides of the political spectrum, you know, the rich, the poor, the people that were farmers or the city dwellers. You know, they wanted change. They saw their human health and their natural environment being destroyed. So, you know, what people did was they came together, you know, and gathered in the streets and their parks and their city centers on their university campuses in order to demonstrate and, you know, call for a healthy and sustainable environment. You know, a lot of this was led at universities initially in the first Earth Day through things called teach-ins, where they brought people in a room, sort of like what we're doing today, where there's, you know, a lot of different people that are involved in academia, or they're scientists, you know, or politicians, you know, that work with the everyday person. They came together in order to teach people about the environment and open discussion. You know, the first Earth Day, about 10% of the US population participated. So that was 20 million people. You know, now in 2020, Earth Day is global. It's the largest civic holiday in the world, celebrated by over 1 billion people. And this year is the 50th anniversary. And what the organization that I work with, what we've done is we're trying to find a way to bring people together for Earth Day. So I work with a staff of 9 different coordinators in sub-Saharan countries of Africa that are, you know, we all have been working together to start grassroots Earth Day campaigns in our respective regions. So these countries where I have staff members are the Gambia, Senegal, Cameroon, Niger, DRC, Zimbabwe, Kenya, Uganda, and I think that's it. And then we also have volunteers all over sub-Saharan Africa and the world as well. So Nigeria is probably one of our biggest hubs where we do not have a staff member, but we have a lot of dedicated people that are working to start their own Earth Day campaigns. So, you know, these staff members and these volunteers, you know, that, you know, either work at universities or they're students, they're leaders in nonprofits, you know, or they're active youths. What they've done is they've essentially led this campaign. I'm just the person that sits in DC and makes sure that we're all coordinated. But, you know, these people on the ground have done some amazing work. They have recruited thousands of volunteers, you know, young, old, people, you know, that are professionals or students, to sort of understand, okay, you know, what is Earth Day and what are we trying to do? And we've also made hundreds of partnerships with different organizations to, you know, find ways to say, yes, I want to do something on Earth Day, or I want to, you know, I want to do events leading up until Earth Day in order to get people all on the same page. So it's been really incredible. So what people have been doing is they've been, you know, recruiting citizens to use Earth Day as a platform in order to build off the work they're already doing. You know, if they're doing tree planting, if they're interested in citizen science, or, you know, you know, if they're interested in food security or climate change. We want people to sort of use Earth Day as a way to make their own plan that fits for their own community. So we've been trying to bring people together to focus on different projects they can do before, during, and after Earth Day. So some of these campaigns that, you know, a lot of the Earth Day network volunteers and staff members have done is they've organized cleanups and plastic pollution sensitizations. They've conducted sort of a teach-in environmental education campaigns where they work with students, teachers, or schools in order to, you know, hold their own workshops to talk about different environmental issues and to come up with local action plans. We have a huge university team where we're trying to, you know, engage students and faculty to start their own environmental clubs, or, you know, use these already pre-existing clubs to do something for Earth Day. It could be a march, it could be, you know, doing something for the local community, and so on. We've been promoting citizen science. So we've been trying to get people to use an application that we developed where you can go outside with your phone and you can collect raw data in regards to plastic pollution or air quality. And we've been trying to get people to use this app to become, you know, their own citizen science and sort of learn about the local statistics of, you know, environmental data in their area. Tree planting, something that we've been promoting, food security, conservation, trying to engage faith leaders and seeing how the environment and faith is intertwined. And then last is using art as a platform to educate people about the environment and get people excited about doing good things for our Earth. So, you know, obviously things have changed. So, you know, before this, we had tons of people doing, you know, grassroots things in their communities. But with the current global pandemic of COVID-19, things have changed. And now we have two, you know, major pressing issues. That's, you know, one, being able to sort of contain and defeat this virus, but also, you know, the slowly building disaster of climate change and environmental issues. And we really think that this is a good platform for people to be creative and come together as we're doing today for Earth Day digitally. So right now we're trying to start a digital mobilization, which everyone is participating in today. Quite amazing, actually, to drive action big and small, you know, and give citizens a voice. And sort of that's sort of the route that we've taken for Earth Day right now. So we're trying to get people to stay engaged on social media, you know, post photos of things they've been doing in the past, you know, or taking pictures of, you know, of them making their own signs in their household with messages about, you know, why it's important to stay safe in quarantine and also how it relates to the environment. So we've been trying to find ways to get people engaged in social media, whether posting photos or posting videos or messages in order to get people excited about our Earth and to keep them, you know, positive as well. You know, there's just tons of WhatsApp groups that people have started to sort of start their own, you know, Earth Day Lagos or Earth Day Nigeria, and it's just been a great sort of platform for people to share ideas, resources, and to mobilize people digitally for Earth Day and beyond. When I say beyond, I say this because Earth Day is not a day; it's a movement. It's something that is going to be continuing from years to come. You know, once April 22nd ends, you know, we got to get ready for the 51st anniversary of Earth Day. I think it's something where we can all, you know, network together, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to use these digital platforms to network with people and to share ideas. You know, I could talk on and on about what we're doing, but it seems like everybody sort of understands it because, you know, we have people from all over the world and all over the country of Nigeria on the phone today talking about, you know, what's important to them and why they think Earth Day is an important holiday. Or not even a holiday, sorry, a movement. It's a movement, it's not a holiday. And, you know, I think I've sort of run my course of talking here, but that's essentially what we're trying to do. Is I love that we have so many different people on the phone today. And what I think is the spirit of Earth Day is networking, is talking to different people from different communities and using the day as a way to come together and maybe, you know, you'll make a friend or two or a colleague or two and you'll work on a project, you know, for World Environment Day or, you know, or for World Cleanup Day. You know, I want all of us to keep on networking like this. And, you know, I hope that we can bring people into Earth Day Network, you know. So I think when I'm done, or when I'm done momentarily, I'm gonna send some links for a digital toolkit that we created, which gives you ideas, you know, of how to participate on social media, and so on, and a sign up form so you can get emails from our team about things we're doing and ways to get you guys involved. On the 22nd of April, I would like to promote that we're trying to do a global sort of digital Earth Day. It's going to be 24 hours of action that's going to be hosted by our website, earthday.org, and our social media pages. We're going to have an hour dedicated to all the work that's being done in Africa. So I think we're trying to use the hashtag Earth Day Africa in order to bring conversations into one place. But I'd recommend signing up as a volunteer so you can get emails from us about, you know, sort of the plan. But yeah, it's a pleasure to be invited today with, you know, a lot of, you know, you on the phone that are professionals, you know, that are citizen scientists, that are, you know, I'm just really impressed. So thank you for having me. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Matthew Leffler. I think you've been able to summarize everything in just this few minutes. FABE International Foundation has been a partner with Earth Day since 2010. And it's a privilege that this year, 2020, we're actually talking about climate action. And that is what FABE has been driving, climate action and environmental sustainability. So it's good to have you here. And it's also good to connect, even though we're not in the US or you're not in Nigeria, we can connect digitally. And I'm happy that we can actually celebrate Earth Day digitally from everywhere. So I think this is wonderful. So I think on a lighter mode, we should write on a piece of paper what you pledged for Earth Day. We're celebrating Earth Day, isn't it? We're celebrating 50 years of Earth Day. So everybody, just before I call in the next speaker, let us write something on a piece of paper. You know, your pledge, write a pledge on the piece of paper and put it up for us, let us see. And then you remind yourself anytime you watch the video that, oh, I pledged to plant a tree on my birthday. So you live up to your pledges. So can we do that just before I introduce our next speaker? Let's do that, please. Thank you. Thank you so much, Matthew Lefter. Please do not go. I hope you're not going, you're still on here. And
I'll be here.
Thank you so much. I'm going to be introducing our next speaker, but before then, watch this. I hope this plays out very well. Speaker. Can you see what is on the screen?
Yeah.
I want you to do this. I want you to write on a piece of paper just like this little girl is doing right now. And the rose of the season's just beginning, so let it happen. My blessing will not be. Let me pause this. Please, can you hear the music?
Yes, my friend.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Oh, fantastic then. Let me go.
I'm thinking we can actually zoom in on the page to see the picture properly while the video is playing.
Season just beginning, so let it clouds make way. And now my blessing will not pray. I see it, I understand, I know, so I embrace it. And it's the greatest for my seed to grow. For every prayer, every seed I've sown, Lord of the harvest knows. We've been back 100-fold. The land is green, it's green, oh, oh. The land is green, it's green, and you see, the harvest is ready. The Lord of the harvest told me so. It's green for me. It's green for me. Standing alone can be heavy. But my vows I won't be breaking. So my heart is aching. The word and I won't let go.
It's your will I'm seeking, so keep on believing. I see it now, I understand. So I embrace it then. It's time for me to grow. Forever.
Okay, I hope you all enjoyed that.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Did you see? Okay, so I hope we all had that. We achieved the comic relief. Okay, so Mrs. Abimbola, are you ready for us, ma'am? Mrs. Abimbola, are you ready for us?
Yes, I am. Yes, I'm ready.
Thank you so much, ma'am. If you know who I'm introducing to you, you guys should be screaming and be on your seat right now.
Hello?
Please mute your phones. Please mute your microphones. Please mute your microphone. Thank you so much. May I introduce to you? I have to mute it for them. Okay.
Name is done. So while you are saying you speak.
Using it to feed 5,000 men, not counting women and children. And at the end, there were 12 baskets left over.
Hello, can everybody hear me? Just wave your hands if you can hear me. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I would like to introduce to you Mrs. Ini Abimbola. That is Mrs. Ini Abimbola. Mrs. Ini Abimbola is the founder and CEO of Tixel's Process Consulting Limited. Please hold on while I bring up presentation, biography.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
I still haven't seen the agenda. You promised to flash it.
Let me flash it now. Let me just flash it now.
Standing in the rain, it's like.
Please give me a minute. Okay, so that's the agenda for today. Can you all say it?
Yes.
Okay, so Mrs. Dr. Delapo, you were not around where we played the Earth Day video cardboard campaign. So maybe we'll do that again later. So right now we need to introduce Mrs. Ini Abimbola. So Mrs. Ini Abimbola, she is a business executive with over 20 years experience. Can you see the slide?
Yes.
Thank you. So Mrs. Ini Abimbola is a business executive with over 20 years experience working in the international development space with broad consulting experience and expertise on corporate governance, management consulting, sustainability, development communications, and strategy. Ini is the founder and lead consultant, CEO of Tixel Process Consulting Limited, management consulting, sustainability, strategy, and business advisory firm. She founded in 2010, which provides strategy development, sustainability management, process involvement, organizational transformation, risk governance, performance management, program management, and advisory services. Mrs. Ini Abimbola serves as country regional lead, sub-Saharan Africa, for the CSL company, a global CSL network of organizations spanning 4 continents, Southeast Asia, Europe, and the Middle East and Africa. She is a lecturer and member of faculty MBA program on international corporate social responsibility management at the Ferdinand Porsche Fen HH. Hey, now what for this name? Management at the Ferdinand Porsche Fen FH, University of Applied Sciences in Austria. No wonder. Mrs. Ini Abimbola is a published author of 3 books and over 25 publications, chapters, and articles, and has delivered more than 120 presentations in over 15 countries in the last 10 years on a range of topics, some of which include corporate governance, change management, enterprise development, sustainability, and CSR. A member of the Council for the Development of Social Science Research in Africa, CODESRA, and the Institute of Directors. Mrs. Abimbola sits on the boards of or advisory councils of various other organizations, including Amazing Amazons, the BCB Resources, Serendipity Communications, AXL8, Speed Mills, and Gem Factor. She has a whole lot of, well, we cannot take everything, but I know that you are going to have a blessed time with Mrs. Ini Abimbola. Mrs. Ini, over to you. Thank you so much for coming, being here today. Thank you so much. We really, really appreciate it. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Temitope. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Ini Abimbola, and it's a pleasure to meet every one of you, the PS, the GM, Matthew, Professor Okunu. I've followed all the conversations. Temitope, thank you for putting this together. It is an honor to be part of this, and happy Earth Day to everyone. So I'm just going to piggyback on some of the conversations that we've had this afternoon, and just try and link in all of these conversations and my thoughts, and some of the things that we also need to pay attention to. So thank you to Lagos State for clarifying some of the things that the state is doing. I have a few questions, and I'll put up 1 or 2 of those questions at the end of my presentation. So it's important to understand that as we celebrate Earth Day, that the sustainability of the Earth itself is really threatened, whether we like it or not. I hear and I understand, and I absolutely agree that with the stoppage of air travel, stoppage of movement, particularly in a megacity like Lagos, the quality of air has improved. But the truth of the matter is that COVID-19 is not good for sustainability. It is not good for the climate. It is not good for the environment. And I'm going to come to that. So when we talk about sustainability, I'm not going to go into the nitty-gritty of that because I want to assume that, we've talked about sustainability for so long. And so we're looking at, so I'm going to look at sustainability from the point of view of the environment, because sustainability has 3 pillars, which is, of course, the economic, social, and environmental part of it. But I'm going to look at it from 2 parts, so from the environment part and then the business part, and how that affects climate change and, of course, the earth, as it were. So again, as I said, climate change is a threat to sustainable development. As much as the air quality is better, as much as the air is cleaner, I was seeing quite a number of pictures and things on social media around countries of the world, where some countries, for example, in Kenya, someone said, they've not been able to see the top of one of their mountains for years. And, recently they could see the top of the mountain, and, and then quite a number of other people seeing, in some other countries, you have the animals coming out, you have the birds flying, so cleaner air which is also good for us because, as Dr. Dolako said, the air quality is also very critical in terms of COVID-19. But for us to be able to sustain the ability to do what we do, I'm looking at also what Matthew said, what we do in terms of keeping the environment and also ensuring the sustainable development and the 17 sustainable development goals work, we also need to begin to think about post-COVID-19. We need to think about the realities of what will happen. So for most organizations that have environmental sustainability as one of their CSR pillars, it is threatened already because right now businesses are in a decline. As I said, when we look at, so I was trying to do some analysis a couple of weeks ago for some colleagues around COVID-19 and sustainability. And when I said to them that it is bad for the climate, it is bad for the environment, it is bad completely because I'm linking that to the fact that we now have a dysfunctional economic system where organizations are shutting down, businesses are closing down. Who funds ecology? Who funds the environment? Who funds it? Is businesses at the end of the day. So when you see a decline in industrial activities, yes, there is an up in terms of the cleaner air quality, cleaner environment, but then there's also a commensurate down. So for a society facing economic crisis, you will always see the trend consistently post any crisis that efforts are concentrated on recovery and not on the environment. Efforts are concentrated on recovery. How do we recover business-wise? How do we recover in terms of ensuring that we can even fund environmental initiatives, if you will? And so for the cost that you're going to see post-COVID-19 is going to be that, again, we're going to see the pollution of perhaps even a higher one because industries, economic activities will need to be ramped up to cover up for the losses that organizations have, had to go through this period that they've had to shut down. For most countries, they've had to shut down for more than 2 months. And that has a commensurate consequence. And these are tangible consequences that threaten each and every one of us. Many of us are thinking about it right now when all you're thinking about is really how to stay safe, how to ensure that you don't contact the disease, how to keep out of the environment and keep yourself safe. So many people are not talking. Just before COVID-19, we saw the fires, the terrible fires in Australia. We saw the Amazon fires, the Amazon forest was on fire. We saw the fire even in California, but nobody's talking about that now because what is threatening our existence is really not the ecology. If you really think about it, what is crucial for us is really survival. So I think that, as the work that we do as sustainability people, as environmental people, is also to think about what are our strategies, what plans do we begin to put in place in preparation for what is going to happen next. Everybody's going to turn out on the street looking for what to do and how to ensure that their businesses, so many businesses have run down now. So I also want to look at it that the truth of the matter is that after the health crisis, economic and social crisis will also need to be managed. So that's important as well for us to take into consideration. There's no doubt, even at the level of government. So speaking to even state governments like Lagos State, we know how much has been expended in trying to ensure that recovery centers, isolation centers are given. We know what the state has done in terms of also palliative measures. So all those funding are going into somewhere. So when the state comes back, the state will be looking at recovery. How do we come out from this economic crisis that we found ourselves in? The banking sector is going to encourage consumption. There will be more cost in non-essential sectors so that, productivity can be boosted. Public budgets are going to be redirected towards, ensuring that stimulus policies, whichever way you want to look at it, stimulus policies are put in place. And trust me, ecology is going to be at the second level. So as we celebrate Earth Day, we really want to begin to think about those strategies that we want to look at because the public sector and the private sector is going to face the same challenge. They will need to choose which battles they are fighting. So for those of us that will go and be talking about, sustainability, how do you ensure? Nobody wants to talk about that. People want to compensate for losses and lift up their business before they talk about CSR or funding for sustainability issues or even for the environment. So I want to leave that on the table for us to think about, just a few of the things that I put in place. So we also need to think about how do we manage these concerns in a chronological order, that the urgent issues are dealt with first. And then, if the economic crisis is deep, then the urgency will be to restore employment, purchasing power, and competitiveness. It won't be about the environment. So I am particularly concerned about that. And I think that is also something that we need to think about. So again, in just ending this and putting out, this for conversation is also to speak to the PEMSEC and the GM to say, in the light of what is going on in Lagos State, and I think the PS said something about the work that they've done in terms of clearing plastic and things like that. What is the ministry doing working with, producers of plastic bottles, and not necessarily plastic bottles, but those who use plastic bottles for their drinks? Because if you look at our gutters, when it rains in Lagos State, most of the blockades are caused by plastic. Is there any way that a conversation can be put on the table to engage? I'm sure something has been done, but how can we do it more to ensure that this organization that sell drinks in these plastic bottles are part of the cleanup?
Yeah.
So people buy drinks on the traffic, and then when they finish the trade on the roads, it rolls into our gutters in Lagos State. What can we do? Can we have a more serious conversation, sitting them down at the table and say, we need to come up with strategies around how to ensure we do this? If we're talking about preserving our ecology, and then the truth of the matter is there's money in it. So because, as a business, they also want to think about what is the need for us to be able to do this. There's money in it in being able to recover these plastics. So recycling is still a big issue in Nigeria as a whole. We still haven't gotten it right in terms of recycling. Our people don't understand it. So just a few of those thoughts, and I'll just end it there, and then we can have a more robust conversation. Thank you for having me again.
Thank you. Well said.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Ini Abimbola, because you hit it spot on like you always do. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you. Just to add to the question that Mrs. Ini Abimbola asked Dr. Dolapo Fashawe and Mrs. Odesoya of the Ministry of Environment, I would just want to ask again, if from the question she has asked, another question has cropped up. How can credible organizations, because we know we have so many organizations in Lagos State in particular, we're focused on Lagos because we're in Lagos, but this can actually be replicated all over Nigeria. How can credible organizations be linked with these organizations, I mean the corporate organizations who actually sell, produce these plastic bottles, to create education and advocacy at the grassroots level? Because particularly these people do not understand. I mean, you can't even, just like Mrs. Ini said, you can't actually go and tell them about climate action and sustainability now, when the priority for now during post-COVID and even eventually post-COVID-19, it was just talk about how they're going to survive. So that question needs to be clarified or answered, Mrs.
Okay.
So
do you want me to talk now?
Hold on, ma'am. Just before you speak, I want Mr. Desmond Makajokumi to get ready, because he's going to be on the next, and he's going to be the next person to speak. I would want us to ask questions now, and for our speakers to answer. So it's question and answer time. It's Q&A right now. Okay, so it's Q&A right now. So I want you to please, ma'am, you can go ahead, Mrs.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Abimbola, and all that has been said. Like I was saying, 15 minutes is not enough to say all that the Lagos State government has been doing. However, for that plastic, we're actually at the point of it. We had fixed March 26th for the meeting. We had met with what we call FIBRA, Food Beverage Recycling Alliance. We had met with all the people in different pockets, and it was the day that we're going to bring forth our draft. As I speak and I hold with me is a draft plastic management documents that we're supposed to subject to. There's what we call extended producers responsibility. Is a Nestria law, and Lagos is also allowed to domesticate it because the environment is on the concurrent list, and we are doing just that, and it's going to involve you as stakeholders as well. So really there's a duty of care, and it's something that has to be done. We've said so much, and we think that it's time for action. As we also speak, we also have people who have registered with the LOMA. LOMA is under the Ministry of Environment. We actually have a design of recycling a bank and people that will take it. We've already noted all the people. As we speak, we already also have off-takers. There are people we call aggregators. They are off-takers. Recyclables is going to become money. So it's going to be, as we go into a kind of shock, and I've told you that Lagos is resilient, that is the way the economic power will come to all these people. Plastics, people will be rushing to pick plastics. Come and see my house now. I'm picking and I'm making money from it. From my cartons last month, I got money. For my plastic, I got money, because we're going to make all the off-takers known to you, and people will start picking and making money out of it. For the one for those who make it, the FIBRA, we've called them for a meeting, and they're going to be involved in it. We even have PSPs who have, what I mean by PPP arrangement, or people who want to invest in reverse vending machine. If you go to places like Germany, you see people going to the supermarkets with bags in their hands, and they're dropping it into a reverse vending machine, and euros is coming out on the other side. There are people ready to do it. They're just waiting for the appropriate law and encouragement. So since the federal has done it and they're not enforcing, we have the right on the concurrent list of environment being on the concurrent list to do it. So these are the things that will wake us up. Post-COVID is going to put us on our feet and make us to run faster than we've been running before. But like I said, there have been a lot. When we say there are no data, we have loads of data, but it's not that the problem is coordination and people knowing where they are and putting them together. So like the Yoruba says, we're going to the person who has the market and the person who has the raw one and the person who is going to manufacture, they're going to meet. There's going to be a circular economy, and we're going to make sure that waste becomes money. So get ready, go and start looking at your own area of interest. The tin, we have people who are buying tin from us in Ikorodu, and it's very, 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 very costly. The cover of your PET bottle is costlier than the PET bottle itself. The PET bottles have different grades, and there are a lot of research going on. But like you said, we will be needing funds for advocacy. We'll be needing to carry people along, but we already have a good platform. Temitope will help us to say it to even this group alone. And we know how that will be far-reaching, because I know the kind of caliber of people talking to me right now. So Dolapo will also be able to tell you that she actually attended the United Nations Industrial Development Organization on studies to come up with alternative materials to plastic. You know, they're coming up with innovative packaging and recycling technologies that will meet Africa's needs, because we're not just going to take something off someone and is resisting it. We're going to give an alternative, since we're talking economy, and you've made a good point. Survival is very key. Someone will fell a tree to go and cook food if there is no gas or kerosene in his place. So we can't get what you've said, and all of us together with dedication and commitment, we'll get there. So I want Dolapo to talk to us about the UNIDO issue. Dolapo, are you there? Dr. Fashawe. Dr. Fashawe.
I'm here.
I hear you.
Okay, I wanted you to talk about the UNIDO issue, talking about plastics and the alternative, the training and the Abuja issue that you represented the Lagos State government on. It's one of the questions that he was talking, the Mrs. Abimbola was asking.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for that interesting talk, Ms. Abimbola. The federal government set up a committee to work on the ban of single-use plastic. That was the committee that was inaugurated. It's a project that is supposed to last for a year. It's been funded by the Japanese government. It's the lead is Federal Ministry of Environment. So they want to do some research and see how we can support those that are doing single-use plastic. Should we ban it? What are the legislative issues? What are the fallout? So it's like an assessment, really, feasibility studies. That's what the committee is there for. And there's NESREA, there's immigration, there is customs, there's Nigerian police force, there's NAFDAC, there's agencies of security. It was quite well represented. Even
Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, yeah.
Stakeholders were there. They picked a few stakeholders and CSOs to be there because there will be things that would affect
economy.
Yeah. I'm sure post-COVID, that was ready to.
We're going to run faster.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Already ready.
Thank you so much, Ma. So I have some questions for you. Mrs. Odeneye, someone has asked that how is Lagos State government using the ICELEI reported for planning? Just before you answer that question, Odo, please, I need you to get me the names of the people that ask questions because they need to be recognized. I want the names of the people that ask those questions, please include it into the question so that we know who is asking the question. Thank you very much. So Mrs. Odoneye, this question is how the Lagos State government is using the ICELEI, the report for planning. And then maybe you can take this as well. Does the LG currently, that's the local government currently reports its manual greenhouse gases emissions? This is very important. Do we currently have a system for greenhouse gas emission? I know about the C40 cities sometime 2019. I know Mr. Maximus, I don't know if he's here, he's working on with the C40.
Yes, he's still, is with us.
So we need to know if the greenhouse gas is currently being monitored or measured in local government areas or in estate homes, I don't know. Why have organizations and companies and industries in local governments have not been mandated to report their greenhouse gas emission? This is very important. And how the ministry can, effectively make sure that they are actually doing something to reduce greenhouse gas emission in their area. These people just play and do stuff without any regard for the community where they work.
Thank you. What has happened in the, like we always say, let's not talk about the past. Lagos State's environment, Ministry of Environment, we've done 7 different climate change summits. And we had moved so far that it had gone from state level to regional, to national and international. And for like 4.5 years, we neglected the climate change summit and the issues that were done, everything was eroded because we got to a level where the cities and the local government were even doing their own local climate change summit. So right now we are rejigging. We're just restarting. This new administration gave us energy and allowed us to come up with the action plan that have been created. I have an action plan with me now, October 2013. It was an action plan written for 2014 to 2020. Now we are stretching it from 2020 to 2030 so that it will tie in with the sustainable development goals, leaving no one behind. So basically we are rejigging and we are starting. We had lost a lot of energy in all that we've done before in the local government. I remember our Papa local government having lots of companies there. They were doing climate change summits and were attending. They were writing papers and doing newsletters and involving the local government and all. But like I said, we lost so much time. In that 4 years, it looks like we retrogressed like 10 years. But that has gone. We've woken up from our slumber. We're on it again. We're rejigging, and we're meant to do a climate change summit in May. We actually have sent it to the governor. He's assented to it. We have a draft action plan in place, and we're working on vulnerability assessment. And as we speak, we already have data on GHG, working with C40, with Maximus is in C40, but because he has worked with us, we have a committee that we meet regularly and we do measurements, and we have funds. We've been funded to do GHG, and we're working with the data. But like I said, something that has not been done for 4 years that we've only just picked up in this new administration. The data is not yet voluminous enough for analysis, but what we've done, we're using it and we're moving to the next level with it. But trust us, climate change has come to being, and we've started it off again. We've had meetings with the top notchers, the universities, and we've had meetings with the resilience, and we've come up with a resilience document that I will commit to all of you, Lagos Resilience Strategy, that has a lot about climate change in it. So we've come back to it, and we'll get to that place they're asking me the question for. But like we're just going to, this year, because of this COVID-19, we'll be canceling the International Climate Change Summit. We'll rather have the local one. So that will make us meet with the 57 LCDA stroke LGAs, and then we'll kickstart it from there before we make it regional, national, and international. We'll build it up gradually. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On a quick note, are there any challenges that you're facing trying to collect data for environmental improvement? That's asked this question. If there is
hello, good afternoon.
Challenges, hold on, Mr. Bankole.
Yeah, is that Bankole?
Hello, good afternoon.
Mr. Bankole. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Raising
yes,
up
please speak.
Can I just
As
respond to?
Climate change.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Bankole.
I'm happy that you're on.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, man. Good afternoon to the panel. Thank you, Mrs. Ini Bola, for that wonderful message. I actually got in late, but for the question of GHG, it might interest you to note that from 2015, we actually carried out extensive analysis of greenhouse gas in Lagos. We did a baseline study, and by our baseline study, we found out that we have about 26 million tons of
26 million tons of carbon dioxide. Go on.
Mr. Bankole, we can't hear you.
We're losing your
so
voice.
what we okay, let me change my position. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
better.
Yeah. So what we did was we did a baseline of greenhouse gas emission in Lagos State. We looked at 3 different sectors. We looked at energy, we looked at waste, we looked at transportation. After that study, we contacted, we got our data from Lagos State Bureau of Statistics, from National Bureau of Statistics, from DPR. We did some R&D, we got our data all around. So after the collection and analysis of the data, we came up with 26 million tons of CO2 equivalent in Lagos. So having known this as a baseline, the next line of action is for us to know that, okay, we are going to try to bring this down or try to remain, because we did a business as usual projection. If what is happening now is allowed to go on, in 2025, Lagos State emission will be around 180 million tons. So we don't want this to happen. So the next line of action is for us to take it to the local government, take it to the industries. We have the plan of asking every manufacturing agencies or companies in Lagos State to self-audit themselves. When we self-audit ourselves, then we'll be able to know our emission per company, our emission by local government. And this post-COVID, this COVID-19 has thrown a lot of things into the spanner of what we are doing. So we actually have a plan to go into the local government based on the GHG that we have done. And by that GHG emission inventory, we have been able to come up with 22 cogent action that Lagos State can take on to reduce our emission. One of them, recently we had met with some companies to see how we can use compressed natural gas or liquefied natural petroleum gas to run our public system, our public buses.
Yeah.
So this is part of our plans. We are looking at how we can trap our gases from the landfill, because we know that if we can do this, then we want to also go on aggressive tree planting, and we are supporting some NGOs to make sure that their plans are done. We are doing advocacy, we are doing all that we need to do. But one thing I know is that we have come from a no-number emission inventory to having a baseline, and then we can cascade it forward. And like my peers have said, we need the support of everybody so that we can take this to the next line. And then let me quickly go to the plastic that my peers also talked about. We have planned to do a mini review of our policy. We have an interministerial committee on the government side, and then we have sent out letters to meet in March. Unfortunately, the lockdown came. And even during the lockdown, I've spoken with FIBRA, I've spoken with IPRON, I've spoken with several people, how we can exploit the Zoom platform to do a virtual meeting so that we can review our policy, so that by the time we come back, we'll not enlarge the gathering. We call the manufacturer is going to, we send letters to Coca-Cola, 7-Up, and many companies, so that we can begin to talk. We have seen that the problem of flooding in Lagos is about 70% plastic. And that is why we are working as seriously in the Ministry of Environment under this present administration. And I must say that our PS is a worker. She pushes us to think and come up with ways of doing things so that we can sustain the environment. So that's what I just want to chip in.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bankole.
Thank you for bailing me out to my Director Climate Change and Environmental Planning.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so that's that. Mr. Bankole Michael is the Director of
Climate Change and Environmental Planning in the Ministry.
Environmental Planning at the Ministry of the Environment. Thank you so much, Mr. Bankole. It's nice having you here. So another question, somebody says, any actions or ideas, this is to me, this is to Mrs. Odene and Dr. Ashawe. Any actions or ideas regarding plant-based diets in Lagos State? Plant-based diets.
Plant-based diets.
In Lagos State.
Is it because of the methane from meat, eh?
Yes. And maybe particularly because you know, we know from research that cows actually emit a lot of methane, and you know that is
methane, yes,
to climate change. So if we're able to reduce meat consumption in Lagos State, which I don't know how we're going to get to that point, you know, we can actually have less reduction in carbon emissions from that particular sector of agriculture. We have an organic food consultant in the house who is going to talk about that extensively.
Good.
But if you want to add one or two to what Lagos State is actually doing towards plant-based diet, it would be nice to just give us a brief as, you know, government in concern before our organic farmer, Ogbele, you know, comes around to talk about how talk about food and sustainability post-COVID-19, because regardless of the environment, like Mrs. Amibola said, food is still major, and it seems people are even dying from food more than the COVID-19 pandemic.
Basically, I'll talk as a safety, health, and environmental professional. I'm a she professional. So for me, I don't eat meat personally, not because of the methane, but because I feel that the health issues are more than necessary. So I choose fish, chicken, white meat. So I'm also someone who I used to do a lot of GNLDs and all those natural food, but till days, I believe in natural food. I've just had my 5 nuts, almond nuts now, and I take my tea, ginger, garlic, and all that. So I love a plant-based life. But, I think that it should be more of advocacy rather than legislating over people's life not to eat meat, especially Yoruba people. If you don't put meat on their food, they feel that they are suffering. But in places like maybe India and so, where they worship it, they hardly eat it. So, but we've seen that people are healthier with more salads and more natural-based food rather than processed food. So on that basis of health, safety, and environment, I'll choose that. But talking about methane is also a very bad pollutant, heavier than CO2. So basically, it's something that if too much meat, and even when the meat was causing a lot of trouble and wahala, we just felt, well, you can't do without it. So there may be a lot of reasons. The doctor in the house too can tell us why it is good to do away from meat, but it will be more of advocacy, it will be more of choice. We cannot really legislate about that. Thank you. It's an ethical responsibility. But I just want us to live lightly on earth and take away some ethical responsibility in terms of looking after, starting from our home, separating waste from the home. Don't put your can, your PET bottle and everything. Don't commingle your waste, separate it. Even if it's for nothing for now. Let's start the practice of this ethical responsibility of, you know, changing the way we do things. We need a change. We have to live lightly on earth. And then you know that the Goal 12 says we should ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. All these things about the bottom line of the 17 goals is to, you know, not to leave anybody behind. We need now to ensure that our consumption pattern is sustainable. We're not just eating anyhow. We're not just doing things anyhow. With this post-COVID thinking ahead, we're going to sit up and tighten our belts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We also have in the house, Mr. Akim. He is a plant-based consultant. I mean, they have been able to produce meats from vegetables. I mean, that's, for me, when I tasted, is it asu or, and what's that Igbo food again? Mr. Akim should unmute himself if he's available. He's actually a German, and he's been practicing plant-based meals.
Plant-based meat, wow.
Yes, and they have also gone ahead to make production. I won't talk too much about him. I'll leave him to speak on his on that. And some of us have started planting in our homes. How is Lagos State encouraging planting of vegetables, you know, herbs and spices in their homes and all of those are the ways that we can mitigate climate change. And then the fact that Akim particularly has come up with a very good idea of reducing meat consumption totally. So even if you still love to eat meat, there is still meat on your table. It's just that it is not
in a different form. Yeah, you don't have to pull the bone.
Yeah, it is vegetable meat. So Mr. Akim and Mr. Ogbole, they will talk later, not now, because I want us to just finish with these questions and then be able to, but I don't know if he's available. Mr. Akim, are you available? Mr. Ogbole, are you here?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, this is Akim. I'm here.
Okay, Mr. Akim, just help us talk briefly about your plant-based meal, please, just to get over, because those are the ways that we can actually really reduce
climate action.
Climate change. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, just a few seconds, a few words. Yeah, great to be here. Well done. I'm hearing a lot of interesting thoughts. What we do is we have an advocacy group, Lagos Veg Fest, and we are promoting a plant-based lifestyle because it is also now common sense that the most climate-friendly food is actually plant-based. So there was even somebody I met at a conference in Sweden last year from the Lagos state government, the chief agric officer of and then the climate change desk office. So I would like to reach out more to you and find out. So I know it's not a legislative thing, even though some countries are actually going into that direction. They are promoting a meat-free Monday in schools. So, but I agree with you. It has to be by choice, and that's what we are trying to do. That there are ways to offer people something like meat that is not made from animals. I'm actually also half Yoruba, not only German. So I have that discussion here in the house. There has to be meat. And that's why we came up with something like, we have our vegan asun, and it really works like meat. And I think just to give a scientific background, it is, the food is really critical. This livestock contributes over 15% of the greenhouse gases. So it's not just a small thing, it's actually one of the major contributors. And this is something we can actually start today. So we don't need to wait until planes stop flying. We can actually make a choice today what we're eating. So I would like to reach out to the Lagos State government. There's much we can do. We are doing a little bit in collaboration with FABE Foundation, working in schools, doing some awareness programs, and yeah, but it would be great to have more leverage there. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'd like to ask Dr. Fashawe. This question goes to you, Dr. Dolapo. One of the key factors in achieving grassroots participation in the mitigation and adaptation of climate change is the health implications of our actions. How can we achieve grassroots participation using health as a motivating factor? And secondly, having identified the possible reduction to funding climate activities post-COVID-19, can evidence be gathered pre-COVID-19 and during COVID-19 be leveraged to sustain the gains?
Let me take the second one first. The second one is an advice, and I am going to leverage on it. It really is an advice, because what it then means is that we can have good air quality if we work at it. And these things we talk about, climate change, call for action, it has to be real to people. You're asking me, how do we get to the grassroots? It just has to be real. For example, we're dealing with Corona. Social distancing is a concept that can only be imagined. So these people you are preaching it to. Yeah, okay, well, social distancing, like don't hold hands or don't dance with someone. That's all. That's as far as they can go. Now, coming back to carrying climate change and climate action down to the grassroots. I've always said women and children, women and children. We get those kids early in school, and whatever activities we can, it's not indoctrinate, you know, help them It goes home
Yeah.
women, children.
Yeah, you're right.
Environmental education.
Yes, the Ministry of Environment actually set up a committee, which I am environmental education in Lagos. We were supposed to launch that end of March.
I was going to say, yes, you know, we have that program incorporating environmental
education
management.
Yeah, Temitope is on the committee. Yeah, she knows about it. Yes, we're supposed to launch it.
The same
FABE. Yeah, the same FABE. Yes.
Oh my God, Dolapo calls me FABE.
She calls you FABE. She's Temitope Okuno.
In fact, I thought it was her real name.
Okay, so we were supposed to do that March 29th before.
Well, yeah, before the
to lockdown. And
so we'll move it forward. We're still going to do it.
Yes.
We want to launch environmental clubs in schools to catch them young, so that the children understand what it means. And then we're planning upcycling and all kinds of recycling in schools and all sorts. So we had a lot of side events, and the children have already started doing poems and started doing plastics, and you know, we've gone to schools to inspect them and all that. But when the health issue is better, then we'll kick it off again.
Yes.
Thank you, PS Ma. We're just imagining that things will get back to normal ASAP. So we keep thinking and keep the conversation going. I'm sorry to drag us back a little.
Okay.
I didn't quite understand that Mrs. Ini's emphasis on the other pillars of sustainability. She said something about economic.
You know, there are three pillars of sustainability: environment, social, and economic. So those two ones, she's saying that
yes,
it's not going to.
I can hear you.
Okay, say it yourself.
Yes, Mrs. Ini.
Okay.
Dr. wants to understand the three pillars of sustainability you mentioned earlier about CSR, economy, environment, and what you actually mean.
Social.
And social, rather.
So, as regards what's going on right now.
COVID-19.
Yes.
Okay. So what I said was that we needed to ensure that the conversations around the environment, ecology, whatever it is that we're doing, even the clubs in school that we want to begin now, as the PS just mentioned, takes into cognizance strategies that work around the three pillars of sustainability. So because I said that in as much as COVID-19 has also helped one pillar of sustainability, which is, so there are three pillars: the economic pillar, the social pillar, and the environmental pillar. That makes up what sustainability is as a whole. So when we talk about the economy, we're talking, of course, the financial part, the business part, because there's business sustainability. So that's another level of sustainability in itself. Then the conversation around how clean the air is right now, how wonderful it is because the airplanes are not flying, the cars are not on the road spewing
NOx and SOx.
Yes. The Okadas are not there with their horrible exhaust and things like that. It's good because, you know, like Dr. Dolapo, you had mentioned about it, you know, the quality of air being also one of the enabling factors for COVID-19 to spread, if you will. So I'm saying that in as much as all of this is good, we also need to bear in mind that it is also not good in totality. It is not good for the climate. It is also not good for the environment. Because number one, at this point, people are not thinking about the environment. They're thinking about survival.
Food.
They're thinking about staying healthy.
Staying healthy.
Security is a huge, huge, huge fallout of this coronavirus pandemic. Food security. So we have this functional economic system, and that automatically shows a decline in industrial activities, a decline in financial capabilities. So when we get out of this, organizations that fund ecology, that fund even social enterprise work, like what FABE.
So what I almost hear right now is until establishment is back, until businesses and life is back to normal, there's not much we can do that can be sustained right now.
I think that there's a lot that we can do in terms of, okay, so again, that's where the awareness part comes into play, the awareness around how we treat our environment. So now we have more time on our hands. We are home. How many of us have gone out into the environment, get people together to clear out the gutters within our estate or within our streets? It's a conversation I was having with, our estate ESCO, for example, to say, we're all at home. We always complain about the estates. Oh, one thing is that, what have we done? So I think that the awareness is very critical in that part. But
individual
looking at it from the sustainability of whatever we want to do for the earth, for the environment, the sustainability of it, looking at it from the funding part, looking at it from the ability. So life is going to change. So we talk about having events or having meetings or having coming together as where we have this long conversations. I'm not sure that post-COVID-19, that's going to happen as much, where you have more than a certain number of people in a room. Because this pandemic, until there's a vaccine and the vaccine is tested over a period of time, is not just going to go away. So it's going to change the way in which we even live going forward.
Yes.
Wow, my Owambe.
So those are one bear, so those meetings, conferences, and all of that, except people are going to spend so much money putting in safety precautions. But how do you save the air within which 100 people are in a room and breathing? So I think that the strategy should be around what are the things we need to do? First of all, to ensure that the environment remains, or to a great extent, and I don't see how that's possible when the industries all come back, doing their emissions into the air. But I just thought that, these are issues that we need to talk about. Climate change is a threat to sustainable development. We all know that, because as long as we are not dealing with the issues, the ability to get sustainable development as we know it is still a problem, and it's something that will never be met. So it's important that we begin to have those conversations to say, okay, so what do we do? How do we begin to look at it? One of the things that I said is that there's a huge number of low-skilled workers, for example, who need to go out there and are still part of the problem of the environment. If we look at a country like Nigeria, I saw someone on the chat saying something about Port Harcourt and the air quality in Port Harcourt because of the still have these things with us. But what are the likely strategies? Are there ways we can begin to brainstorm around what, in the light of the changing world, what will we do? Because again, as I said, government budgets will be cut. CSR, so those companies that fund CSR engagements in the environment sector, right now, no company is going to spend money that they have not made. So how do we begin to ensure that eco-design, ecology implementation doesn't get less money in the next 2 years because people are trying to recover and businesses are trying to recover? How do we ensure that as businesses innovate digitally, what does that mean for environmental issues?
Even I've gotten, thank you very much for taking your time to explain this out to me. In the true sense, you just said it, urbanization and climate change, they are not friends. You cannot want to be urbanized and grow and do what the whole world is doing and not further damage this environment. It's just not possible. I have read things, I have seen things. It comes with urbanization. But governments that are long-sighted plan ahead. Now, with this social economy and environment has been important for sustainability, social factors, economic factors. Right now, economic factors, it defies any textbook in Nigeria. We don't know middle socioeconomic or upper socioeconomic anymore. I'm talking about COVID period. The advantage I want to take out of here and the lesson is, there's so many things we have done in the past in waste. And I want to thank Mrs. Ini. I listened to her carefully. I didn't think it was possible for me to be in a meeting and be that engaged
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Dolapo.
In the end, we will stop calling it in La Sepa, FABE.
Ma?
That's it. They're learning.
Yes, ma.
There will be social distancing. It will
Well,
be
social distancing.
We just had a fantastic few hours of conversation.
Yes, ma. To start
from this social, economy, and environment point of view, what I have taken out is all those meetings and things we do are just not necessary.
So you'll be reducing waste and we'll be doing
not
more
just waste. I think we should also be reducing the number of people that come to work.
Let me talk about it will be this way.
This way.
Yes.
Sure. We have been actually at FABE International Foundation for the past 1 year. We have actually been working virtually.
Good.
And then in achieving, you know, all these things that we achieved has been virtually planned.
Good. Well done.
Webinars like this, I just unmute, and go about.
Go and drink water and come back.
Other things and be pressing phone.
Okay,
oh, really?
Ma, we have so many questions for you, but I would ask them, every question would be emailed to you so that we can email it back to the original.
For me directly.
For you and Dr.
Now.
Yes, we have so many, but we have Desmond Majekodumi, Mr. Desmond Majekodumi, who still has to talk. And
let him talk.
Yes,
let him talk.
So if we still have time, we would take those questions. But let Mr. Majekodumi talk. He's been with us for 2 hours. My God, that is my.
Let him talk, my Lufasi man.
When he talks,
let him talk.
So this is Mr. Desmond Majekodumi. Mr.
Yes, I know him.
Are you still around?
He was lying on the couch.
I hope he's still around.
I'm here. I'm here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's my environmentalist.
Yeah.
My nature walker.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Thank you so much. I'm happy you believe so. Thank you. So, Mr. Desmond Majekodumi is an electroacoustic engineer, documentary producer, on-air personality, and a vowed creation carer. I am now also a creation carer.
Creation carer, I like that.
Yes.
Creation
40
carer.
years ago, he decided to become a farmer. Just like I am now, I started 5 years ago to become a gardener, a farmer. So after spending 3 years in Kenya, working for CBS International and being influenced by their sustainable and profitable use of the East African ecosystem, on returning to Nigeria, he started an agroforestry farm as an experimental extension farmer to the International Institute for Tropical Agriculture, the IITA that we know in Ibadan. Now, the farm has now been converted with the collaboration of the Lagos State government into the Lekki Urban Forest Animal Sanctuary Initiative, which we all know as Lufasi Nature Park. If you have not been to Lufasi Nature Park, you have not been anywhere. with the motto "Loving Nature." He is currently involved in several NGOs, including Nigerian Conservation Foundation (NCF), where he serves on the governing council. They introduced ecology to the national schools curriculum and spearheaded the establishment of a National Environment Protection Agency, which later transformed into the Ministry of Environment and National Parks Authority. He also lectures frequently to the government agencies, schools and corporates and tertiary institutions on ecological management and climate change. He is an environmental activist who has led several environment protection rallies, including shoreline protection, which I was a part of, that resulted in Governor Fashola of Lagos and President Jonathan visiting the Lekki Beach and starting the development of protective rock gourds. That's along the beaches. And then more recently, the Lagos version of the Global Climate Strike to Alausa. He has received several awards, including a Silverbird Achievers Man of the Year award and an Eco Hero Award from the German broadcasting organization DW in Bonn, Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Mr. Desmond Majekodumi of Lufasi Park. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
You're in your garden.
In all things, we give God the honor. Yes, actually, it's very, very touching Earth Day because my late wife and I, we got married on Earth Day. It's our anniversary.
Wow.
And yeah.
Happy anniversary.
22nd of April. My late wife,
that's 22nd.
My late wife Sheila, well, she passed on some 10 years ago. But 35 years ago, we actually, we made a record called Green Leaves. This is way back in those days. Okay, that record was presented to the Duke of Edinburgh when I had just joined the Nigerian Conservation Foundation. And one of the lyrics in the record was, it goes something like this. Now that the greed motivation is moving on the fast lane, industrialists, they play a dangerous game. Falling all around a lot of acid rain, this whole situation is getting insane. So tell me, isn't it time? Isn't it time we started healing? Now all the we're going to turn around to the mommy and a delicate balance is going on. To change this all would be so wrong. Preservation fight just must be won, and we haven't got so very long. Wow. Now this particular forum is so touching to my heart because Amina Mohammed actually spoke about it several years back. Ladies are driving this thing. And I remember Amina saying at a lecture in Abuja that she opened the floor. I said a few words afterwards. I know the men on the forum, they won't like to hear this one from Amina Mohammed when she was our Minister of Environment. When she opened the floor, she said, ladies and gentlemen, mankind has caused terrible damage to the environment. And then she went on to say, hey, and this one paid me. She said, I used if women had been in a better, more decisive position, we would not have created this damage. And so it touches my heart to see the women really at the forefront of this fight. And interestingly, globally, with this COVID scenario that's going on, the countries that are overcoming it faster are countries that have mature women in positions of decision making. Germany, Norway, Denmark. So there's a lesson to be learned here. Likewise, the lesson of COVID, because Mother Nature is the ultimate mother. And once God Almighty, God Almighty will forgive you all the time. Mankind will forgive you some of the time. Mother Nature, she doesn't have the ability to forgive. She gives. You give her, she gives you back, whatever you give her. If you plant cassava, you know if it harvests cocoyam. Abi, whatsoever a man soweth, so surely shall he reap. Of course, if you're going to carry wildlife from different parts of the world, wildlife that have never had any connection with themselves at all, a turtle from Australia, a pangolin from Nigeria, a bushrat from Congo, and you bring them all together, they have all their different endemic viruses. Of course, you're going to have zoonotic transmission. Of course, especially when you're eating and pulling on each other, and then you're slaughtering them in the same place. You're taking the wildlife out of context. These creatures were put there for their own purpose. The pangolin alone, if he's removed from the environment, you know the chaos that happens to the web of life there? Pangolin, that is one of the few creatures that is dedicated to controlling the terminal population, and so on and so on. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to appeal to us during this period of our lockdown to really study our hearts, and in the process, study our scriptures. Because actually, creation care and looking after nature is very clearly spelled out in the scriptures. In the Holy Quran, we're referred to as caliphs, caretakers. Okay? In the Holy Bible, we're also referred to as the gardeners of the earth. He put the man in the garden to care for and to take care of it. In the same Holy Bible, when he created the creation, he kept on saying, it is good, it is good, it is good. At the end of creation, what did he say? He said, it is very good.
Very good.
Very good.
Keep and tend it.
Thank you. Thank you. And we need to really examine our hearts, because I'm very encouraged that we in Nigeria, we will get this because we believe in our God. And I don't think we're being hypocritical when we go to the churches and we raise our hands and we praise our God and we praise him and we glorify him. When we go to the mosques and we worship him and we bow to him, I don't think we're being hypocritical. But I think we need to understand and study our scriptures and realize that within those scriptures, it is very clear that the creator who said his creation is very good expects us to care for that creation and not destroy it as we're doing. And that's why I'm so excited with this particular forum. It's a wonderful, wonderful forum. Tomitope, I thank you so much. And also the Lagos State people, I love what you're doing. Oh, by the way, no, I love it. By the way, a short story, 12 years ago, I produced a documentary called Global Warming Nigeria Under Attack. And it showed the worst case scenario, what could happen if we continue this way. Lagos will be flooded. We showed a picture of Lekki being totally flooded. At that time, Governor Fashola, he had plans for Lagos and he was worried. He said, is this man trying to destroy our plans? So he and a couple of his commissioners got together. And when they studied it, they realized, oh, no, this is for real. And that's when the Climate Change Summit actually started. And I'm so happy that it's now going to be. Yes, remember that
thank you.
Summit. Yes, and then the rest of the country started learning from Lagos.
How are we going to get that prof song? The song.
Yes. What's the song again?
The lyric.
A tree today. Is it
okay? No, that's she's talking about that. Okay. Yes, the tree planting song. In fact, before I close, and I want to close now, I just want to ask Tomitope, can you ask everybody to take off their microphone, and then we're all going to sing that tree planting song together, because that's part of the solution.
I love songs.
Part of the solution, stop the pollution.
Okay.
Music.
Everyone, We were supposed to write something on a piece of paper, your pledges. I've not forgotten. So have you written our pledges down?
Yes.
And then we'll sing the song together. The song goes like this.
For Prof. Prof, did you choose your wedding day because you knew that day was Earth Day?
That's one. She wants to know if you chose your wedding day because that day was Earth Day.
You found out later on.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. That's why we got married on that day. And interestingly, her surname was Sheila Green. He was Green. Her father's name was Mr. Green. Can you imagine?
Child of the earth.
Yeah. So we've been at it for a while now, and I'm very, very encouraged. And I just feel that, yes, we should actually go back to our scripture. And if we really love our God, because it's hypocritical, and we don't want to be hypocritical when it comes to
You penned a song. You listed, that's the song I'm interested in, if you can share.
Everyone.
We actually made.
I don't think
the song across to you. We actually made an album. We actually made a whole record of environment songs. Was there. It was called "Isn't It Time We Started Healing? Isn't It Time We Started Feeling?" Now that the Greek motivation's moving on the fast lane, it was a very powerful and emotive song. Then there were other ones, Mother Nature, different songs. But the song that actually points the way to the solution, and that is so close to what Lagos State is doing with Last Park and all the tree planting, is the tree planting song. Because obviously the solution is stop the pollution. Stop the pollution. Love God in a non-hypocritical way by loving his creation. If we don't love his creation, then we can't really say that we're loving God. And if we love his creation, we will be in harmony with the creation and listen to what Lagos State is saying about plastic pollution, about air pollution, about... And then the other solution is the tree planting. Tell it up and knows the lyrics. It's let us plant a tree.
Let us plant a tree today. Make the rain fall, the desert away.
Make the rain fall,
a tree today. Make the
let
rain
us plant it fall, keep the desert away. Let us plant a tree today. Make the rain fall, keep
the desert away. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Everybody should go and learn that song. It's a wonderful song. We should all go and learn that song. Thank you so much, Mr. Desmond Majekodunmi, for your time. I am really privileged. Somebody actually said I should say hi to you. Mr. Desmond Majekodunmi, the environmental conservation warrior, as I call him. You are welcome, sir. That is from Mr. Femi Idowu Adekoke to you. And then somebody says, wow, the legendary Mr. Desmond Majekodunmi in the building. It's great listening to you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And God bless you. While I'll introduce the next speaker, okay. Is Mr. Taiwo still in the house? Mr. Taiwo?
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Taiwo Adewale?
I'm here, I'm in the house.
Okay.
I'm around.
Okay, nice. Please get ready while we introduce you. Please hold on. Let me just quickly bring in your... where are you? Okay. Mr. Taiwo Adewale in the building. So, Mr. Taiwo. Mr. Taiwo Adewale is an environmental consultant and CEO of Taiwo Adewale and Associates Limited. Mr. Taiwo Adewale, you're welcome. He holds a BSc in Geography and an MSc in Environmental Resources Management, a renowned environmental consultant with several years of broad range industry experience. He is presently the Chief Executive Officer of Taiwo Adewale and Associates Limited, an environmental consultancy firm. He also holds the position of Executive Director with several other environmental organizations like Recycle Point Nigeria, Waste Aid Nigeria, Sustainable Waste Recycling Community of Nigeria, and consultant to Reach Flood International Promotion of Youth Limited. He is the GET, and he is the country coordinator of Net Impact International Nigeria chapter. He has presented several papers and submitted abstracts at international seminars, conferences, and workshops. He organized the first Coalition for Climate Change conference in Nottingham in UK in 2008, and the second workshop on sustainable waste management in Nottingham in UK in 2009. He was a chapter contributor in the book Wastenomics, Towards Sustainable Waste Management Practices and Education for Sustainable Development in Nigeria. He published by the Middlesex University Press in UK. In 2010, Mr. Taiwo was one of the 115 young African leaders, that's YALI, who met with the United States President Barack Obama at the White House in Washington, D.C. between August 3rd and 5th. Recently, Mr. Taiwo was appointed as the Africa Regional Director for Emergy Consulting International in Austria. Congratulations, Mr. Taiwo. Presently, Mr. Taiwo is a consultant to Amunwo Odofin Local Government, SDG Unit, on environmental sustainability, a senior assistant on international and environmental affairs. Mr. Taiwo is also a member of the FABE International Foundation. Thank you, Mr. Taiwo. Over to you now. Thank you for coming. Thank you for attending the FABE Virtual Summit. Please, over to you. You can go ahead now.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll be speaking on sustainable waste management. Everybody are talking and the mention of waste management. So I'll be passing on best practices in waste management, and I'll look at treatment, I look at recycling, I also look at waste energy. When we look at waste today, for instance, in Lagos, we get 10,000 tons of waste every day. You can imagine 10,000 tons of waste every day. You look at the amount of maintained product from this waste. And now these 10,000 tons, how many are recovered through cleaning, composting, and so on. But what is, according to the Press Secretary, last year, the government decided to come up with what is box initiative.
Mr. Taiwo, your network is pretty bad. This is Mr. Taiwo. Mr. Taiwo, your network is pretty bad.
Taiwo.
Mr. Taiwo. Wow. Mr. Taiwo, are you still here? I think we lost Mr. Taiwo. You would have enjoyed his talk. It's so, wow. Well, let me, while he reconnects back, let me introduce you to Mr. Samson Ogbole. Mr. Samson, are you here? Mr. Samson Ogbole.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Mr. Samson, you are welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So sorry you have to wait this long, you know, to.
No problem.
to be attended to. We had so many, you know, powerful speakers. Mr. Taiwo is back. Oh. Sorry, Mr. Agbole, just hold on. Let Mr. Taiwo just finish his presentation.
No problem.
Thank you so much.
Can I continue?
Yes, Mr. Taiwo, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Okay, sorry for the network. So like I was saying, if you look at the issue of waste management, the most common problem has to do with plastic, and I'm going to be giving some statistics. For instance, in Nigeria today, the total production of plastic bottle is 5 billion, but they push out every year is 5 billion. And out of the 30%, 10 is going to recycling. So what happens to the remaining? And every year, you keep on having production. And there are so many opportunities. When you look at the recycling industry, it's not employment, raw materials. But everywhere you go to any drainage today in Lagos State, Nigeria, anytime it rains, even when it doesn't rain, if you don't see plastic, you see all sorts of waste. But people call it waste. I don't call it waste. I call it raw materials. Because look at this, even if on a normal day, look at your dustbin, you have your plastic, your aluminum can, your kitchen waste. They are not waste. This can be converted to compost. And I was telling people with the way Lagos State are used to kick anymore, because by then everybody must have separated their waste. Then the organic one, you have your garden at the back of your house. The PSP truck will go back empty. Because by then everybody must have started separating their waste in Lagos State because they know there's a value attached to it. In fact, the time will come when people see drinking water or drinking water, they're hanging around you just for you to throw your plastic or nylon and quickly grab it because they know there's a value attached to it. But at the same time, I know the state is talking about banning some single-use plastics and so on. In Nigeria today, we're having problem of power, electricity, and so on. There is a process that can be used. There's a study in fact, I have a proposal that has been submitted to Loma. And before the shutdown, there's a proposal submitted to the ministry, which I got a feedback from the permanent secretary. There's a group I met last year in the UK. They want to introduce what is called pyrolysis. Most, especially those takeaway, the takeaway part, the styrofoam, is a problem. Another company in the UK is seen as a solution. Based on the feasibility study that I did and I wrote, I have a copy now. 1,000 tons of those styrofoam can give you 1 million liters of diesel. And from the same 1,000 tons of the styrofoam, it can generate 3.5 megawatts of electricity, which I have done for these people. And the equipment is coming from Canada already. They are putting about $20 million to get this equipment. But the big question is, if you are setting this up in Lagos State, is there an obstacle that buy all the diesel from us? Is there an off-taker waste? So I am the one that doesn't really believe in, because Kenya has banned plastic, we are going to ban plastic, or in the US they ban plastic. You need to look at innovations. The styrofoam through pyrolysis. I have a mini project that took place in Ibadan, whereby from a single truck tire, if you put them into pyrolysis, it can generate 40 liters of diesel from a single tire of a truck. So you can imagine, for instance, in Lagos State, you want to take all the tires from all the BRTs, that okay, these tires, they worn out, let's put them into pyrolysis. From tires alone, in Lagos State, it can generate diesel, it can generate black carbon, it can even generate iron, it can generate gas from it. But why is it that we are not looking inward? We are not looking at innovations. There's a lot of innovations, but where are the opportunities to present these innovations and so on? For instance, some years ago, I could remember I went to K2 fruit market. The fruit market is powered by the waste, because by the time most of these food waste come from the north, most of them get decayed. They have what they call a biodigester within the market there, whereby all the food waste go there, they generate the gas, and the gas is passed into a generator that was used in powering the market. But go to the market today, everything is grounded. just like the climate change conference, I remember doing Fashion Day every year. There's always a climate change conference. You see a lot of innovation, best practices in waste management. You look at the maintain gas, and I'll give a very good example. Last year, there was a fire incident at Olusosun. A lot of people are saying, why did they set it on fire? Why did they set Olusosun on fire? It was not set on fire. It was the maintain gas from the waste that ignites. And before you know it, the whole of Alausa Ikeda was on smoke. But people say, oh, it was the scavengers, it was the waste picker. No, it was because of the gas. I have a 14 pages report that was done on Olusosun and some landfill, some dump sites in Lagos and Abuja by the United States Environmental Protection Agency. And I remember during Lomac then, they started tapping the gas already. They started looking at the quantity of gas. At that Olusosun, the piping and everything was done. But if you go there today, everything is zero because there's no continuity. So there's a lot and a lot of opportunities. If you look at the gases, the maintained gas alone from Olusosun can power the whole of Ikeja Industrial Estate if fully tapped. And why a lot of people keep on asking, oh, why are the investors not coming? Why are they not taking over Olusosun dump site and so on? The problem is that in Nigeria, we don't separate our waste, we don't segregate our waste, and you need to look at the water content, the moisture level of the waste going to the dump site every day. But assuming we separate our waste, you are able to remove your plastic, your nylon, your aluminum can, you have dry waste going into the downfield, and in that case, we're able to have what they call the covering of the waste on a daily basis, then the leachate collection and so on, which is not present at any landfill. So it's going to be very difficult for any investor to say, okay, I'm taking over Olusosun landfill or want to capture the gas. A lot needs to be done. Even if they're going to close down the dump site today, a lot needs to be done. But like I said, we need to start looking inward. What can we do? Instead of banning plastics, why can't we look at innovations? I gave a very good example of the styrofoam. With 1,000 tons of styrofoam collected in Lagos State today, we give us 1 million liters of diesel. It will give us 3.5 megawatts of electricity. And we also have some tons, 1,000 tons of what is called black carbon. In fact, there's an investor in Canada already that said, once this project kicks off, we are buying up all the black carbons. And
I'm trying to
every day that later our okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. I've been following you. But I'm kind of interested in the process and methodology, process flow of turning this styrofoam into diesel. The cost.
Yeah, the process is called pyrolysis. The process, yeah, like I said, the process is called pyrolysis, whereby these wastes are burned without the absence of oxygen. I have a mini video of it. There's a setup already in Ibadan under the Renewable Energy Center in UI, where in fact, if you go on by this Indian and Chinese, but nobody's aware, even the minister are not aware of them, because once you drive around, you just see a wall.
So when
you don't know what is going on there because there's no signboard, there's nothing. Once they get this styrofoam,
you know, a lot of technology we read about, we hear about, have you seen it turn to diesel and this diesel has powered a machine right there?
Yes, I have videos. I have sample, and I have this result carried out by DPR, which I can always forward to you. Because for you to even do this, you must get an approval from DPR because I'm producing diesel. So I have the test results. I have the mini technology. The mini test has been carried out here in Nigeria, which was carried out in Ibadan. In fact, there's even a particular community that all their waste was used to power the community in Ibadan, whereby you see every house to bring in their waste. Once they bring their waste, they give it to them. They put them into this, they call it smokeless incinerator, and they give them their phone to charge. Some of them bring their rechargeable lamp. You drop your waste and you charge your phone and charge your rechargeable. That's what it. And these people are bringing in, they are bringing in the technology from China, from Canada, that they don't want to depend on Chinese technology, because for Chinese technology, after 4 or 5 years, it started having problem. But this technology is coming from Canada.
I'm
They've
very
invested
interested
$20 million
in this paper, and I
already
saw
on
my
this.
PS is. PS, ma, have you seen the paper?
There's a letter I've submitted, and I go and feedback a week before the shutdown from the ministry that they need a copy of the feasibility study, which I've submitted at the ministry. And they wrote me that, okay, the ministry said when it comes to the power supply, they can talk to the Nigerian Energy Commission and so on. But I've submitted a copy to the ministry. If not for the lockdown, I'm supposed to have a meeting with the permanent secretary. That is for the waste to energy. And apart from waste energy, also
yes, please, I'd like to be at that meeting. Yes, ma.
Combating.
Is the PS here?
Then apart from the waste, to energy, there's also the pure water sachet interlock block. I've carried out some sample. I think I've taken some sample to Loma with 500 pieces of pure water sachet to be able to produce a block. And I've carried out the test at a lab in Unilag to show how durable these are. So there are so many resources, pure water samples also. Like I said, I've given some samples to Loma and they've seen it. The test result was done at Unilag and so on. So there are so many resources that we are just wasting away. And the
nothing,
although there's a market for that already.
Waste. I beg your pardon, sir. There's nothing called waste. Maybe it's bidding
That's why I said people call it waste, but we call it resources.
Well, I can't hear my PS.
We call it raw material.
I don't know.
Every single
I have unmuted you. Please, you can speak out.
Okay, I'm here, and I was speaking. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I said it's true that he has submitted a proposal.
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
It's the lockdown that we were supposed to follow up.
Yes.
So basically, we'll pick it up from there. And GM Lasepa, you'll be invited.
Thank you very much.
So that will create a solution for the
because recently
for the styrofoam.
We banned single-use plastic, including the styrofoam.
Yes, I'm very aware of that. I was at Lasepa some weeks ago.
I have them. That's why this is interesting.
I'm aware of Lasepa banning single-use plastics in Lasepa building. Yes, I'm aware of that as well. And that's one of the things FABE International Foundation has been.
I'm very much aware of that because
yes. So with schools, about 3 schools in Lagos State, we have banned, or not really banned, we have encouraged
collection.
Single-use plastic
collection.
Yes, and then recyclers have started collecting these plastics.
Anyway, we as government, we have a big program coming up.
Yes.
You're all stakeholders.
Thank you.
When the time comes, yes, we'll RSVP herself.
Okay.
And we will launch. Because what we are trying to do is get battle ready for next rainy season. We want to buy off plastics, nylons, dirty nylons, clean nylons, dirty plastic, clean plastics. We want to start buying at a premium around all local governments, supported by a bank in terms of cash, and Lagos State government if they buy into it. And the single key performance indicator will be
I think this is more
of our drains after we do that kind of.
I think this is more or less similar to the Blue Box initiative because I know as of now, Loma has 20 registered recycler governments already, and yes, per local governments under the Blue Box initiative, whereby they go from door to door, also they give back the. They give out the
nylon plastic.
They give out the popcorn to.
I will still pass it on to Loma. We will still, it's a big operation. Why I keep saying the PS is because they're looking at it holistically. La Sepa.
Okay, now when you now come to the dirty one, like the dirty plastic, you have the green bottle, the brown bottle, or the pure water sachet that contain maybe oil and so on. There's something called RDF, refuse derived fuel. And luckily in Nigeria today, there's a company called Lafarge Cement. Most of those dirty plastic bottles, your brown bottle, they waste already. Lafarge now take them up. They use them as fuel. They're running their plants. And what they do is after burning down this to run their plant, the sediment.
You are giving me fantastic ideas. Where we were at a partnership. We were just about to sign the MOU when the COVID matter happened. So the Ministry of Environment, in partnership with Keystone Bank, was going to build pages and prototypes. The PS had a prototype shared, someone had designed, cleaning, weighing, and they will rinse it, and you get your money right there and then. We were trying to, in fact, we had just survey on the cost of the normal plastic. We want to offer a premium on it. We want people to start digging into drains to come and collect money from Keystone Bank. That's the objective.
Okay, now when we talk of looking at the drainages and so on, that is where the informal sector comes, because when you look at waste management, there's no way you can do without the informal sector. And who are the informal sectors? Those malam you see, those aboki you see that push the cart, they are the informal sector, because there was a time in Lagos that there was a serious problem with waste management. Those are the guys that were going from door to door to collect waste from household, and people give them money. But the problem is, once they come to your household,
informal recycling happening in Nigeria is 80% of the formal recycling. This informal sector, they have well set up logistics units. People are taking advantage of them. Chinese people, foreigners, logistics. This plastic somewhere.
Exactly. Yeah, but the Chinese, they have to the informal sector because they believe, oh, the car pushers, we need to ban them, we don't want to see them, they're giving us problems. But these are the informal sector that the government needs to study them. You don't just ban. You need to, like you said, 80% of recycling today is done by the informal sector. So instead of banning them, why not integrate them into the blue box system, match them with all the recycler per local government instead of total banning? Now, I'll give a very good example. A car pusher comes to your house, you pay him 100 naira to take away your waste. You collect the waste, they go to what they call the aggregation center and separate the waste, separate the plastic, separate the aluminum, and they are still making extra money. In this case, is making double money, is not paying tax. Even the space where it's sorting the waste is not paying. So why can't the government bring them on board, study them, and see the way they can get them organized? Let me give another very good example. Last month, I went to meet one of the informal sector that I need aluminum can, and he told me, okay, come back in 6 months' time because somebody just paid me 1 million naira to start looking for aluminum can. That should come back in 6 months' time. And these are the people in the informal sector. The 1 million naira has been collected, is not paying tax, is not even paying for the space. And even in the process of looking for this aluminum can, he's still making money because whenever I come to your house to pick your waste, you pay him 100 naira or 50 naira to carry away your waste. And at the same time, he's picking out the valuables. So why can't the government try to inculcate the informal sector into the waste management, especially the blue box initiative, instead of banning? These are the people that can give you figures. These are the people that can give it target. And like you said, now the Chinese go to them directly now. You see AKM and Co going directly to the informal sector to get this item from them because they have the power and resources. So I believe the permanent secretary needs to sit down with Loma and Co and see how they bring in the informal sector. You don't just chase them away, because by the time you say, "Oh, I don't want to see the car pusher," and chase them away, you are increasing the number of criminals there, because they tell you, I'm into the waste management industry, now I'll be chasing away. So instead of chasing them away, get them organized, let them work with the formal sectors. Already, like I said, we have 20 registered recycler under the Blue Box initiative in Lagos State in different governments. Why not try and relate them together, bring them together, see how they could work with this guy that are completely chasing them away. So keep on telling people, most people see waste as liability, but to me, I don't see waste as liability. I see waste as an asset, because if you look at the value attached to each of them, for it's made from same plastic bottles. So why do you have to throw them away? And again, I need governments, especially Lagos State government, to look deeply into the EPRC Alliance. How many members are there? Do we have those 10 food and beverages companies in Nigeria today? What happened to the other companies? Why are they not joining? What is the state government in trying to encourage them? Do you only have to penalize Coca-Cola or Pepsi? What happened to Seaway? What happened to other producers? What happened to Biggie? Are they part of the alliance, but they keep on pushing out the plastic bottles every day and every day? What is government doing to make sure every stakeholders are carried along? So these are what we need to look at. And by doing this, like I said, the time we come in Lagos State, the PSP will go around, they won't be able to sell any waste to people, because by then everybody must have separated their waste. The waste I have is for recycling. That, oh, I want some waste, I don't have any waste. What are our resources? I have my nylon, I have everything separated. I'm organic waste, go to the back of my house and see my garden. So at the end of the day, you are working towards zero waste.
Yes.
So in this case, the governments need to encourage, and there's a need for a lot of enlightenment. A lot of enlightenment, even from the producer. What are the producers doing in terms of enlightenment? For instance, the producer, look at a company like Coca-Cola, they have a lot of staff. Why not bring in entertainment to use to promote recycling in Lagos State? For instance, if you have somebody like Whiskey or Two-Face wearing normal uniform and see him picking plastic, he's passing a message.
Yes.
So you want to have a show.
Mr. Taiwo.
Whiskey is coming to play.
Mr. Taiwo.
For example, we can have 100, for instance, for example.
Yes, Mr. Taiwo, I want you to hold on that thought. You see, Mr. Taiwo is a very interesting person, and I'm happy that I brought him here. Mr. Taiwo is going to have an online class.
Mr. Taiwo, are you waving?
Yes.
I can't see you.
Mr. Taiwo, wave.
Yeah, I'm waving.
Taiwo Adewale. Okay,
yes.
I've seen.
Mr. Taiwo is going to have a virtual class, online class with FABE International Foundation on the 21st of April. So if you're interested in sustainable waste management, you have to register for that class.
What do you mean if?
If you are interested,
so right
everybody.
Now, I
know you're
giving an order that my top management staff must attend. Is it not free?
Thank you. It's free.
It's free.
It's free.
So please, FABE, you know how to get to my people. The GM said,
yes,
all top management, including me, will be on that platform.
Yes, so we would have that online class. So, Mr. Taiwo, I don't want you to spill out everything now until everybody attends.
Okay, no problem, but I'm still very much around for questions, because I know there may be a
so
lot of questions.
Please put the questions down. I have one question for you. I think this question was asked by Mr. Femi Idowu. Mr. Femi Idowu, oh Jesus. Odo, have you sent that question to me? Okay. Mr. Femi Idowu says, we have done composite plastic interlocking stones in Nigeria. So these are many things that we can actually look into from plastics. I think I've seen you, Mr. Adewale Taiwo, you have sent to me before.
A sample that each of those blocks are made with 500 pieces of pure water sachets.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And then somebody is saying, okay, Mr. Idowu still saying that Dr. Fashawe, informal sector of waste management needs to be formalized. You see, everything that we're talking about sustainable waste management, we can actually do this on Tuesday, the 21st of April. we have Mr. Taiwo that is going to be talking to us as our facilitator for that day. We need to put Mr. Samson Ogbole online right now. Thank you, Mr. Taiwo. It's already 3 hours gone, and I'm so happy that we still have over 50 people still listening. And in this, oh my God, this is really nice.
You better hurry up before we become 0.
Yes, so before we okay, so Mr. Samson, are you still here? Let me quickly put on your slide. And
yeah, good evening. I'm still
good
here.
evening. This is Mr. Samson Ogbole. Mr. Samson Ogbole is a food sustainability expert. Let me quickly read his biography. Mr. Samson Ogbole is the team lead of Hupepsia. I hope I'm correct.
Yeah.
Hupepsia. Yeah, Hupepsia Place Limited. Let me put that slide up for you. Somebody said, okay. So Mr. Samson is the team lead for Hupepsia Place Limited, Soilless Farm Lab. He is the lead trainer for Farm Lab. That's the Farm Lab, yes. The agriculture for Mr. Samson is more than just food production. He's actually looking into zero hunger. That is SDG 2. It is the foundation for sustainable development, job creation, that's no poverty, healthier living, as well as national development. He believes agriculture must adopt business mindset, technology, automation, precision data, and be climate smart. To this end, Mr. Samson has devoted his time resources to building modern farms, exploring the latest technologies for agriculture, sharing and training others to adopt the modern agriculture, to ensure together we can use agriculture as a tool to build the nation we so desire. He believes that food production should not be seasonal because hunger is not seasonal. And that is, I agree with you. Mr. Ogbole Samson has a BSc in Biochemistry at Benedict University, MSc in Biochemistry Ibadan, and a Biochemistry PhD candidate of the Federal University of Agriculture in Abeokuta. Other certificates include the Disruptive Strategy from Harvard Business School online. Harvard Business School, please don't use online again. Harvard Business School is Harvard Business School, USA. Biotechnology from Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. Introduction to Food and Nutrition from Stanford University, amongst others. Farmer Samson is a 2-time TEDx speaker and a 1-time TED Ideas speech speaker. He was recognized amongst the top 7 innovators in Africa in the year 2008 by CNN Africa. He was recognized by EFCC as one of the young and legitimate innovative minds in the year 2018. His team was part of the Ogun State Investors Forum in 2018. In 2019, he was named top 500 in food tech by Forward Food. He was part of the Lagos farmers team who met and discussed with the gubernatorial aspirants from the 2019 elections to draw a roadmap for agriculture. He was also a part of the documentary Swallow, Food Security in Nigeria Changing Climate. I watched that. Mr. Samson Ogbole's creativity and entrepreneurial drive has had him featured on CNN's African Voices, Reuters TV, Channels TV, and many others. Featured on every major news tabloid in Nigeria and many more. I thank you so much, Mr. Ogbole. I introduce to you, everyone, Mr. Ogbole. Please go ahead. The mic, I have handed the mic over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here to celebrate Earth Day at 50. It's a pleasure listening to all the speakers who had spoken before me, from Mrs. Ini, Dr. Dolakbo, Mrs. Temitope Okumo, Mr. Matthew, thank you so much, Mr. Taiwo. I'm still looking forward to listening to Mr. Hakim Jimo.
And the PS Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Environment, Mrs. Odeneye.
Sustainability post-COVID-19.
Yes.
Food sustainability post-COVID-19. Please, if my slides can come up.
Yes.
So food sustainability post-COVID-19. I'll be using my slides to talk. First, There is a need for us to understand what the problem is, understand what the need would be, understand the trend, and understand the future. Now, it's unfortunate right now that COVID had to come at a time like this. Next slide, please. It's unfortunate right now that COVID had to come at a time like this. Second slide now. At a time like this, when it's raining season. This is normally the time that farmers would be on the farm to plant their crop, to prepare their lands and all of that. Unfortunately, with what is happening right now, farmers are not able to go to the farm. Now, for the few farmers that are able to go to the farm, they are not able to get enough hands to work on the farm. Add to that the reality of most of their input suppliers are not available to sell whatever it is they need to plant and ensure favorable planting. Now, in the civilized world, as at yesterday, day before yesterday, there are thousands of farmers today who already have produce on the farm, but because they do not have a way to sell it, they are on their own destroying their farm produce. And this, to a large extent, tells us that there is a big catastrophe at hand once COVID-19 has been dealt with, because the next major need is going to be hunger. Now, hunger in this form will come in two forms. There will be the hunger of one, we do not have enough food to eat. Secondly, for those that even have food, this food may not be too healthy. So the question then becomes, what is to us food sustainability? So our vision is that food production should not be seasonal, because hunger is not seasonal. Food production must not be seasonal because hunger is not seasonal. And for us to attain food sustainability, there are three key things we must ensure. First, food must be readily available. Take, for instance, I am sure we all know that there is a time maize is available in Nigeria, and there is a time maize is not available. Now, we cannot attain food sustainability by following the same methodology of seasonal-based planting. So we must be able to create a system that ensures that food is readily available. Two, there must be consistency in our food production. There must be consistency in our food production. And finally, the food has to be affordable for whomever it is that needs to get the food. Now, affordability for us is such that the poorest of the poor should be able to get something to buy, such that when we discuss poverty, food affordability should no longer be a metric for defining whether you are rich or poor. Now, I will jump to the solutions working together. So for my solutions, I pinpointed them 3 areas. I have personal, so that's the next slide now. I have personal, I have community, and I have the government. So under working together, I am looking at what is it that the persons have to play, what is the role that as individuals we have to play, what is the roles that as communities we have to play, and what is the role that government has to play to ensure food sustainability. Next slide, please. So for personnel, first, there is a need for every one of us, irrespective of how much little space we have, to find a way to grow something, create a home garden. This is 2020. We understand that we do not need so much space to grow. Today in Nigeria, it is possible to grow plants without soil. It is possible to grow plants on multiple layers. So everybody can have a garden. I have set up farms where we have farms growing on staircase, we have farms on walls, we have farms in the air, we have farms on multiple layers. Everybody can grow something, especially in the urban and peri-urban areas. Now, we are not saying as individuals you should grow everything you need to eat. Instead, if I decide I want to grow pumpkin, that's ugu, and my neighbor grows tomatoes, and neighbor to my right grows tomatoes, neighbor to my left grows pepper, because these are highly perishable crops, this is a burden lifted off the farmer, because we can produce this on our own in the urban areas, and with simple trade by barter, we can exchange vegetables within our own community. Secondly, as individuals, especially those in the urban and peri-urban areas, most of us have lands in outskirts, and you have these lands just wasting away. This is the time to think of how to develop this land, turn them into farms. You may think, oh, I want to build a mansion in 2-3 years. Before you build the mansion, let the land give you something first in the form of food. Thirdly, as individuals, this is the time to engage our food system. If history has taught us anything, in 2014, after the Ebola crisis, one of the hallmarks of the crisis was there was a hike in food prices. Now, we also know that at the end of this whole COVID-19, food prices are going to jump up because most farmers right now are not able to produce. There will be food scarcity, there will be hike in food prices. So as individuals, if we want to ensure that we get sustained food coming into our coffers without paying so much, this is the time to look for farmers around our community, to give them something to increase their productivity such that they pay you back in food instead of in funds or in cash. Then finally, for the personnel, there is a need to ensure we curb food waste. I have the mantra for this one. I say, if you know you are not going to cook it, do not buy it. And if you know you are not going to cook it, do not buy it. And if you know you cannot finish it, do not cook it. There is a need to curb food waste. Next is for the community intervention. For community intervention, the first is there is a need to build farm systems. Now, how do I mean when I say build farm systems? You realize that typically in every community, whether civilized or developed nation, we have two major types of farms. Either you are a subsistence farmer or you are a commercial farmer. And you realize that because of these, commercial farmers typically take care of mass production for companies and their likes, or for large off-takers, as well as for the export market. While the subsistence farmer produces just enough for himself and little to sell, but we need to bring in a third type of farm that takes care of the community. That takes me to number 2, the green areas. Under green areas, as we develop new estates, it is not uncommon to see estates springing up in Lagos, in Abuja, in Port Harcourt, and they create areas for recreational center. Now, there is a need for us to be deliberate and say, this area is meant for farm to produce foodstuff within this estate. Because what that would do is you realize that at a time like this, when we have shut down, if every estate had like a community farm, you have somewhere to go to still get your regular food supply. Then the third one is we need to work on empowering beyond sustaining. How do I mean about when I say empowering beyond sustainability? So we realize that today, because of the COVID-19, lots of communities, organizations are coming out with one way or the other to bring out palliatives to help people. Why this is very, very commendable, the reality is once COVID-19 epidemic is conquered, there is a high probability that nobody is going to still keep giving out palliatives. Nobody is going to bring out food banks to say, come and collect free bags of rice and all of that. But those people who were depending on these palliatives, their life does not become automatically okay just because COVID-19 has been defeated. So there is a need that as much as we are trying to help out in giving sustainability to these people, we need to start looking at how do we empower them such that they can own, even if they are mini small farms in their local community. Then I move to that of the government intervention. Now, the role of the government, first I gave the government 4 major roles to play. Number 1, there is a need to evaluate for competitive advantage. You realize that today we have every state have the different things they are producing. But we need to look at, if we go to, for example, to Benue State, to Ondo State, what can they produce well? What can they produce best? It is not okay as a nation for us to have commercial farmers producing 60 to 70 different crops, yet we cannot even boast of being a major exporter. An example is Nigeria is the largest producer of yam in the world. As a matter of fact, we produce about 69% of the total yam in the world, yet we are not amongst the top 5 exporters of yam. So we need to see that and look at which areas we know these areas we have competitive advantage when it comes to food production. Now, in these areas, we can now go ahead and say, let everybody, for example, in Ondo State, go and produce maybe palm oil or go and produce maybe cassava. Now, you know that everybody here is producing cassava. That takes me to my next point. Because everybody is producing the same thing, it allows for dedicated input supply. What do I mean when I say dedicated input supply? You can provide what they need per time. Then thirdly, there is a need for mechanization and automation. We realize that one of the reasons why right now there is food insecurity to a large extent and why there is a big threat is because most of our farmers have to depend on human labor for whatever it is they need to do. But if we have a way to bring in mechanization and automation, it increases productivity. I will not talk about the fourth point since I've already talked about empower beyond sustainability. So as I conclude, if we are able to ensure food sustainability, this would ensure one, health of the citizens. Two, we are able to conquer hunger. Finally, three, we are able to ensure that we are able to raise income for individuals and for the nation. Fourthly, we are able to ensure proper empowerment, a sustainable empowerment. And if we also remember the fact that more than 50% of Nigerians are involved in agriculture, meaning if we can actually help the food system to become self-sustainable, we are going to be empowering the poorest of our populace such that majority of people would move out of poverty. And in addition, we also know that majority of those in agriculture are women who are the most vulnerable. So in helping agriculture, we are also helping the most vulnerable population, women. And
dramatically ensure that we are climate smart in our production. Because I always say that the process of food production must be that is healthy for the farmer, healthy for the consumer, and healthy for the environment. And finally, we would be able to develop technologies and Internet of Things that would help to ensure food sustainability. As I conclude, I would say again, we should always remember that food production should not be seasonal because hunger is not seasonal. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. That was a great presentation by Mr. Ogbole. I need to, okay, good. By Mr. Ogbole, thank you so much. We're really impressed. Your questions, we have some questions for you. Please, we can email those questions to you, and then you can all follow us on our social media handles and then log on to our website. Your questions will be answered by all our powerful speakers, both from Dr. Mrs. Ronke Odeneye to Dr. Fashawe, to Mr. Desmond Majeko Dumi, to Mr. Taiwo Adewale, to Mrs. Ini Abimbola, to Mr. Samson Ogbole. We are going to every speaker would have your questions and it will be answered. But you have to be following our social media, Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter, so that you can get your answers there. Every question that has been asked here, we will make sure that we answer those questions online, because time is actually not on our side anymore. We need to move on and then end this, this summit. It's been an interesting summit so far, and I'm so honored to have all of our speakers here and are still available. I want you to quickly go through who FABE is. Who FABE is. We should have done this at the beginning, but we just wanted everyone to be, wanted to start early and end early as well. Promoting environmental sustainability everywhere is what FABE is all about. We are a non-for-profit environmental health and sustainability organization. We're passionate about the establishment and improvement of an eco-conscious generation committed and dedicated to restoration, conservation, sustainability, and protection of the environment. Our vision is to create an eco-conscious generation across Africa. Our mission is also to promote and improve environmental sustainability, consciousness, and attitudinal change by engaging young people and women in the identification, exploration, and facilitation of sustainable eco-solutions to the problems caused by the impacts of climate change affecting health and environment of local people and biodiversity in Nigeria through creative innovations. You can see those tires there. Mr. Ogbole, can you see it? We actually use those things to plant as well. Our core values include professionalism, integrity, accountability, responsibility, humility, respect, and sustainability. What we do, education is at the forefront of what we do. Experiential advocacy, enterprise development program. Our education, we cuts across public and private schools. We go all out to the schools and we do a lot of projects with, especially with advocacy and making sure that the children learn, you know, everything about climate action, climate change, environmental sustainability, and the rest. Experiential advocacy cuts across the fact that wherever we go for any project, be it cleanup, be it tree planting, we make sure that the community actually experience the advocacy. So if we're cleaning up, for example, all of the bottles that we have collected in that particular community must either be recycled or upcycled. You're going to see those pictures later. Enterprise development management, we also enroll women and girls in programs such as the enterprise development program, where these women and girls learn how to upcycle, recycle, plant, garden, own a garden at home, and also help people to build their own gardens. Sustainable cleanup, tree planting conservation, creative vocational skill and acquisition training, and virtual online classes. Like the one we have invited you for on the 21st of April to learn sustainable waste management. Our focus areas are biodiversity conservation, climate change and global warming risk reduction, environmental sustainability education, pollution control through upcycling, recycling, and biogas generation, and community engagement. This is our EDP. I think I've already explained this, how we empower women and girls and youth with environmental business skills that can transform their lives as well as sustain their environment. These are teachers from the Lagos State Ministry of Education. These are teachers from the Lagos State Ministry of Education learning how to turn their waste plastic spoons into spontastic mirrors. Participants in the program will be taught the art of upcycling, gardening, composting, that's conversion of food waste to compost for gardens. I should tell you that I also compost my waste and I sell my waste and use it for my garden as well. We also learn biogas, that's conversion of waste to energy, through a partner organization called Jubaye. It is a known fact that women and girls in our society are highly affected by poverty and hunger and inequality. Hence, empowering this set of people will be the bedrock of developing a strong and sustainable society. Some of our vocational skill and acquisition training are the ones you can see on the slide, where the children are learning how to turn plastic bottles into a bottle seat. The women are learning how to turn tires into tables and chairs. And that's me there on the last slide, trying to teach local women in partnership with a girls and women foundation called SONG. We teach the skill training in art and craft of upcycling, skill training in gardening, skill training in composting, skill training in biogas, sustainable financial business skills, capacity building training, workshops and seminar and master classes. We also have the Eco Schools program. I'm sure everybody is aware of that. We teach students the science and practice of environmental sustainability. It's at the heart of our vision to develop an eco-conscious generation across Africa. And that is why the Lagos State Ministry of Environment has invited me to be part of the environmental education program that was about to launch in March, but because of COVID-19, we had to move it. And I'm thankful to Mrs. Raji, who actually invited me to be part of that particular program. Other programs includes the experiential advocacy program that I mentioned earlier. Everywhere we go to clean, including the beaches and the schools and the streets, we always make sure that we leave an experience with those communities that they can always follow up. This is our experiential advocacy program, which includes the cleanup campaigns, the tree planting exercises. The unique thing is that the program is a creative experience that we leave behind in every community. After each cleanup exercise, community members participate in the upcycling training, where they see and learn how their plastics or tire waste is being creatively converted into furnishings, bins, bags, and a whole lot of things. FABE organizes regular tree planting exercises and in schools and communities. Sorry, guys. Some people were waiting to be admitted in. We launched the first upcycle school garden in Lagos State. We started gardening classes in schools in 2017, where we taught skills in gardening and composting in 4 schools. In 2018, we launched the first ever upcycle school garden in Lagos State. We had the Ministry of Environment with us. We had the LASPAC with us. We had LOMA. We had CLI, that's the Clean Initiative. Yeah, and then we had LASEPA with us. After the project, schools who attended our launch started off their own gardens, and we engaged more schools to build their own gardens. But for lack of space, we built raised gardens. That is what we build in schools and in homes, and people who are interested. So we know that we don't have too much space in Lagos, so we have improvised in making sure that the space you have can actually be used to plant, such as the spaces you can see here. These are raised gardens that we have done in people's homes and schools and communities. Children, girls growing foods and plants, foods that can be, in your homes. These are pictures that I'm just showing you here. Every kind of vegetables and herbs and spices, from corn to cucumber to yam. Like I heard Mr. Ogbole said that 69% of the total yam that is being produced in the world or in Africa is actually, in the world is in Africa. But yes, we do not have the opportunity to export. So I have started gardening and have started harvesting yams in my home, especially in the schools. They also harvest chickens and we also have chickens and rabbits in the garden. We have harvested pawpaw, tomato, watermelon, and a whole lot. At FABE, we understand the importance of growing our food and how it is important in the actualization of the Sustainable Development Goals, such as the SDGs Goal 2, the SDG Goal 3, and quality education, and particularly climate action. We provide creative and innovative solutions to problems of lack of space, use of inorganic fertilizers, and indiscriminate waste disposal. Our raised gardens are upcycled from discarded materials, and the plants are nurtured using manure from waste, which we call compost, rather than inorganic chemicals that pollute the environment and endangers human health. The beautiful side of our school garden project is that students participate in the entire process so that they can replicate the same thing that we have taught them in their homes and in their communities. And then they learn how to build planters from waste materials, nurture, transplant their nurseries, and maintain their school and home gardens. In collaboration with some of our partners and volunteers, we have also executed different cleanup programs and introduced recycling in different organizations. Mr. Taiwo was a key part in that project earlier this year, in January and in February, and part of March. These are some of the tables that we have upcycled into, some of the tires we have upcycled into tables. And this snowman you're seeing there was actually made from your discarded cups. Is everybody still hearing me?
Yes.
Good. Okay, so this snowman, thank you. The snowman you're seeing there was actually made from your discarded plastic cups. And then the table or the seat beside it was made from tires. And then you can see the tire table as well. And that is my house anyway. So when people saw this, so many people actually ordered for it, and I started making money from waste. This is what we call the Spoontastic mirror, made from your discarded spoons as well. So you can turn your spoons into mirrors or clocks. And this is actually the most ordered for training by all the schools that we have been to. Upcycle Hour with FABE is actually the mainstay right now in the environment industry. We have done so many exhibitions as well and made different furnitures for big organizations like the Nigerian Conservation Foundation. These are all furnitures made from waste. They're all tire waste. These that you're seeing right now on your screen are made from plastic PET bottles into bottle seats. This is also made from tires in our schools, encouraging sorting out of waste. Now, some of our schools do not have the capacity to buy bin bags, or dust bin, you know, the bigger one. So we have improvised with the use of tires to help them sort their waste into biodegradable and non-biodegradable. And hence we have collaborated with several recyclers to also help us in recycling these plastics. These are children from the skill training that have attended some of our classes, our courses on upcycling, and all of the community engagements that we have been to. We train women, school students, vulnerable communities, youth and girls in the art of upcycling as a sustainable way of managing waste as an empowerment skill. We also have we also have the eco shop, so you can shop online. Some of the products that you see online are the products that the women have made, or the girls have made, or the children have made. So this is an avenue for the children to promote their skills and the things that they have done. So you can do well enough to actually purchase some of these items. You are not purchasing from FABE, you are purchasing from the people, the vulnerable people who have taken their time to actually make these things for sale. And that is why one of the things I would like to talk to the ministry on how we can actually create a separate market for the upcycling industry, where the upcyclers can actually have a market where we can sell some of these upcycled materials for the people who need it. Some of us cannot go to, what's the name of that? Life Mates. Some of us cannot go to Life Mates, some of us cannot go to these big furniture companies, but we can actually afford to buy a tire table and keep it in their homes as a way of empowering these women who have, you know, taken the classes and the courses and the training, and then they want to sell. So we want a separate market that we can sell the upcycled materials. Composts. Mr. Adewale was talking about compost earlier. Mr. Ogbole has actually also talked about compost. This is compost. This is compost that I actually made in my house. This compost that you're seeing, I made them in my home. And after making, I didn't need it for my garden anymore, and I decided to sell. So these are the packaged composts that I have that you can make. So you can actually make money from your food waste. So join Mr. Adewale on the 21st of April, and he can elaborate more on how we can do that. So these are the online courses we have. We have had courses in composting, just in promoting environmental sustainability and sustainable waste management. We have had courses in HSC by one of our volunteer, Fatimata Anima Shaun. So we're going to be, the next class we want to have now is with Mr. Adewale Taiwo on sustainable waste management. So you can join our online class on the 21st of April, and you can sign up for composting class or gardening class at the time, but make sure that you're following us so that you can hear all of the juicy news and information that we have for you. So those are the composting classes. And you can also be a member of FABE International Foundation. We need your help. We cannot do it alone. We've written to so many organizations for help, but you know, many people, just like we discussed earlier, are not really interested in climate action and environmental sustainability. But you that you're interested and you know about this, you know that we cannot do it alone. So we need collaboration, and we also need you to join us in the fight against environmental decadence in our country. Thank you so much for listening so far. So if we still have, we have Mrs. Odeneye here. So I would like to thank everybody. Do we have Olumide Idowu? He's supposed to, Olumide Idowu. Olumide Idowu is a climate activist and someone who I have invited to talk about grassroots. Yeah, so we need to, if he's not here, we need to go now. I'd like to thank everyone, particularly all our volunteers. Our volunteers has been our bedrock. They have been the head and the hand and the everything, the backbone behind the summit. I'd like to thank you so much, from Odo Orok to Anita Abada to Fatimata Anima Shaun. I'm calling you because you're around, you're still around, so I can still see you. So to Kayode Bankole, who joined us recently and is doing so much, to Miriam, thank you. Miriam is a volunteer from Canada. Miriam is one of our volunteers from Canada. Thank you, Miriam. Kunle Balogun from New York. Thank you so much. Abiodun Fatimata, thank you so much. Austin, thank you, Austin. I'm sure everybody knows Austin because he's always with me. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Taiwo Adewale. Mr. Taiwo Adewale is also a member of FABE International Foundation. Thank you, I'm blessed. Thank you, Geraldine Abo. Thank you so much, all the way from Nasarawa State. Thank you. Oh, how can I forget Kingsley? Kingsley from Ogun State. Thank you so much. You have been a bedrock. Katumi, thank you so much. Thank you so much from Ikorodu. Thank you, Fatima. Okay, I've mentioned. Thank you, Rhoda. Rhoda has been a very, very, how will I put it down? Contributor, to the success of some of the things that we have done at FABE International Foundation. Thank you, Victoria Edem. Thank you so very much. Everybody, thank you. Kayode Bankole and the other Bankole, thank you so much. Mrs. Shola Alamutu. If Mrs. Shola Alamutu is still available, I'd like her to say a few words of a goodwill message before we leave. And we have come to the end of this summit. I'd like to thank everybody for still staying behind after about 3 hours. Actually, we thought this thing should last for 1 hour, 30 minutes, but I'm saying that has doubled. Thank you, Dr. Dolapo Fashewe. Thank you, Mrs. Odeneye Aderonke Belinda. Thank you so much. I am grateful. Thank you, Mrs. Ini Abimbola. Mrs. Ini Abimbola is actually introducing everybody here to her online program. Mrs. Ini spoke earlier today. I'm sure some of us heard her speak. Please hold on, let me quickly put that on so you can attend. Follow her on, her Instagram account is Ini Abimbola. Follow her on her Instagram account and then attend this class, this online discussion. It's going to be a very, very, very interesting one. Oh, I can't say it. So if Mrs. Shola Alamutu, if you're still there, please, we would like you to do a goodwill message while I leave.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, well done. It's been absolutely fantastic. It's a long session, but it's been worth every single minute. And I'll urge everybody who has been here today to work together with FABE, Ministry of Environment, LASEPA, and all the people who have been here. The talk on food waste was absolutely fantastic. Taiwo, they were as well. Everybody, of course, Desmond Madekodumi, my big brother. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. It's absolutely wonderful to be part of this and be in the world environment space at this point in time. We look forward to more sessions, we look forward to more virtual summits, and we look forward to a fantastic post-COVID climate action from all of us. Happy Earth Day.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Can everybody see what is on the screen? Can you see what's on the screen? Okay, thank you. So that is Mrs. Ini Abimbola inviting you to this program. It's going to be mind-blowing. I think everyone should also attend. And on that note, I would like to say thank you so much for being here and staying with us till this time. If you still want to be, hello, can you hear me? Is everybody hearing me?
Yes,
Okay.
I hear you.
So I'd like to thank everybody that has been on this, that has been here for the past 3 hours. Thank you so much. I know we have used a lot of data, but guess what? We have actually used, we have actually also reduced our carbon footprint. So we have so much to be thankful for. It's Earth Day. Happy Earth Day, everyone. Thank you so much for staying till now. I'm trying to look at everybody that is still available. Mr. Desmond, you're still available. You're still here. Thank you so much as well. Thank you, Mr. Desmond. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Kingsley. Thank you, Kevin. Faderera. Oh, you're here. Miriam.
Are you not seeing me?
Mrs. Shani Barre, you're here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my PS.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Ronke.
Oh, who is that? Who's speaking? Thank you, Anita Abada. Anita Abada is our communication officer, and she has, I mean, whatever you're seeing on social media, it is how. Thank her for us. So she has been putting us on the limelight, and we have been visible because of her. Please help me thank Odo Orok, our programs officer. I can't do this. I wouldn't have done this without you guys. Thank you so much. Odo Orok. Even at 2 a.m., Odo Orok is still answering me. Ma, I'm here. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful to you. Thank you. Dr. Dolapo, thank you for staying till now. All right, I thought you would have gone since, but I'm so grateful that you're still available. Thank you. I'm really getting emotional right now. Thank you so much. I'm trying to mention some other people that are still here. Tommy, thank you so much for coming. Tommy has asked earlier that how are we?
Can you give shout out to my La Sepa people?
La Sepa, yeah. I can see Mrs. Shani Barre. I can see Mrs. Shani Barre. I can see, who else? Mr. Femi Dowu, thank you so much. I can see Mrs. Titilayo Raji from the Ministry of Environment. Thank you so much, Mrs. Titi Raji.
I want to ask Dr. Majekodumi, are you sitting down or lying on your back, sir?
A combination of both. I'm lying back on a relaxed chair.
I have OCD. My brain always asks questions that are not its business. I'm so sorry. He's been asking me that question since.
It's okay. It's okay, ma. Thank you so much. Mr. Samson Obole.
And do you know why you haven't changed position? He hasn't. He's the only person he hasn't changed position.
Yes, we're learning from Mr. Desmond.
Is the doctor in you that is seeing all those details?
Yes.
All right. We wish you well. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye, ma. Thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time with us. Thank you. Faderera Coco, thank you so much. Thank you, Hassan Sanut. Thank you. Professor Olusegun Okunu is still with us. Thank you. Shout out with all our love. Thank you, Osunde. Thank you, Abiodun Fatimata. Tommy Singh actually asked a question. Ma, Dr. Dolapo, please, one question. Somebody asked about the fumigation going on in Lagos State and how we are doing it. Mr. Tommy Singh, do you want to say something on that? Mr. Tommy Singh. Mr. Tommy Singh, is he still here?
I'm happy if he has gone to the bathroom.
He was asking about the fumigation and
I would want to call it.
Yes, he actually reminded.
Don't quote me. It's a pilot. Let's just say it's a pilot.
Okay.
You know what I mean.
He actually asked a question, Ma, about what Lagos State is doing with fumigation. I know that we have deployed some fumigator, but that is not getting to the grassroots, and there's some homes and offices need to be fumigated because of circumstances going.
But don't be funny. Naturally, homes and offices should be fumigated.
Okay.
They're filled with filth.
Yes, It should be.
Nigeria.
Yes.
I'm going to always
Now more than ever.
That Mrs. Ini's extra sustainability.
Yes.
People's social life, their economic life, and the environment. That fumigation, as far as I'm concerned, is, I don't want to say it. We should just maintain social distance, stay at home. The state tries to fumigate areas of interest. Let's call it areas of interest.
Areas of interest.
Yes, areas of interest that are scientifically determined, not just random fumigation. So we have noticed the cluster of happening somewhere, or in public health, we just don't act.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. I think
for fumigation, you will still see a lot. Sorry, I didn't answer the question. We're still trying to map out the best way for government, and definitely it's likely that we will be outsourcing.
Yes, that's exactly where I'm actually going. In 2016, FABE International Foundation actually spoke with the Ministry of Environment on fumigating the secondary schools, Lagos State secondary schools, and that was it. So we just wanted to know how the fumigation processes can be done.
Yeah, well, it's still on. We were part of the first batch of it. I don't think we achieved. It was good. It was a problem.
Thank you so much.
The government has gone back. We will.
All right. Shout out to people from Enugu State in Nsukka, Dr. Una Bueze and Mrs. Obim from Enugu State. Thank you so very much. I'm also seeing Mr. Oshetuku Odu. I can't really get that name. Oh, yeah, Mr. Hello, I can wave to you now. Yes. Thank you so much. People are already leaving. I'm seeing Nokia 3.1. I don't know your name, but hi, thank you so much. Mr. Toyosi Bello, thank you. Trash to Well, thank you so much. Miriam N, Fadero Rakoko, Hassan Sanud, Abiodun, Femi, Idowu, that's our recycler in the house. Mrs. Raji, Aret said, thank you, Aret. I'm just seeing you since. Thank you so much. I love to you all. I hope you all enjoy this summit, because the real essence of summit is to trash out problems and provide solutions. And I hope that we'll be able to get one or two things out of what our powerful speakers have said earlier today. And I want us to walk towards it, not just talk like every other, like we all do, but we need to take this into action. We need to act now. If it is tree planting, let us start planting trees. If it is gardening, let us start gardening. If it is recycling, we need to actually place a ban. We need to focus on how people can continue to sort their waste, and then we can have a robust, sustainable environment. Let us look at all of this, and be working with the government, we will be able to achieve success. Thank you so much, Mr. Desmond. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for, Dr. Dolakwa just said that so everybody, even I have been sitting for so long, I need to sleep out. So,
well done, well done. We just want to make an argument for possibly opening the parks soon with regulation, because being in the park is very healthy. So we should think about that if the lockdown goes longer.
Yes, in my estate, we actually go to the park, but we maintain social distancing. So everybody can just sit down, just look at you from like about 2 meters or 3 meters away, but we still enjoy nature. We walk.
I was just going to say that, Doctor, it's desirable, but is it wise? No. It's very desirable, or it's not wise. Considering the way this virus behaves, that would be a very, 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 very good source.
Yes, yes,
yes. You know, that's another trajectory.
It will be. It will be.
It's desirable, but it's not wise.
It's not wise, oh. Just do it with your family that you know that don't have COVID-19. Because going to the park, I cannot talk to anybody. I actually like look at you and like, Yes, you know, it's COVID-19 era. So
Prof
everybody.
wanted the government to open the parks, right?
Yes, he said so.
Prof, have I responded to you?
They've done that.
Professor Okuno.
They've done it in London already, but with very strict regulation.
Yes. Yes. Is any closing remarks?
Sorry, they've done it in the UK, in UK already. They're very, very strict. Sorry?
So was this
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
You said they've done it in the
UK. The parks in the UK.
Yes, but with very strict regulations, very, very, very strict. Because there's actually what they call Shinrin-yoku.
Okay.
Which you get the phytoceans come off from the trees, and that boosts your immunity.
Oh.
Yes,
yeah.
It boosts your immunity.
What's that fruit called?
Shinrin-yoku. Shinrin-yoku.
It helps your white blood corpuscles too.
It looks like an avocado.
Phytocin. Yeah, Shinrin-yoku, that's Japanese term.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody.
Yes.
Thank you. I really wish.
So anyway, it's something to think about maybe a bit later, but obviously strict regulations.
So, Doctor, have I answered your question?
All right.
It's desirable, but it is not wise. The parks remain short.
I think that's good actually. It's not it's desirable, but with caution. We can't vouch for everybody.
I'm holding my breath because God has been good to Nigeria, really. Because if you follow COVID, superimpose our graph on every other nation's graph, the fatalities and the morbidities, it's like Nigeria is protected by something.
Amen.
Even the figures. So this stay at home, technically, medically, is for us to decide that, okay, let's even see who is sick, who is well. Let us prepare for those that will need us. Let us build more beds. Let us build more hospital beds. Let us train more people. This stay at home, flattening the curve, is in preparation for a boom, you know. And I kind of don't see it happening. Prof, what do you think?
Okay, I think Mr. Desmond, thank you so much, ma. We really need to go now. Thank you. Mr. Desmond.
We all not being COVID RIP in Jesus' name.
Amen. Oh, in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you so much for your time, ma. God bless you. Everybody have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you so much.